Uh-oh, we're in trouble.
We're in trouble.
I'm about to get demonetized. Alright, now that we got the universal... Yeah, I know the thumbnail's not accurate, but I'll change it when I'm done streaming, because mobile and... What is it? Mobile Wi-Fi things like, nah, not compatible. But yeah, now I see the notification. Let me just put in the link in the description below. Okay, let me just put, let's rank these theme parks live. Do it live. Good night, Modesto. Okay, here we go. No, remove the sticker, por favor, sticker.
Just like animals like animals.
So yeah, let's see right here, Epic Universe.
Maybe I'm praying on you tonight.
Okay, let's see, Florida, because that's where we're from. Yo, what's up, Cameron? Welcome to this last minute idea I just thought of, because I'm like, this is great to talk about for anyone that either visit these parks or at least seen videos of it on YouTube. So let me just see the notifications rolling before we start talking about literally the 11 mainline theme parks, which, full disclosure, we're not counting California, Japan, or what is it, Texas? Yeah, because we've never been there in person, so we can't say anything about Disneyland or Universal Studios Hollywood or Six Flags, because yeah, we've never been to any Six Flags theme park, so we're not counting those, because they don't exist here in the state of Florida. Yeah, we're not including Gatorland because only Floridians will get it, but not for tourist people. But the mainline theme parks, let me just get to the discussions right away. So, for anybody who's sleeping or living under a rock, so yeah, number one, me and Gabriel, we're only on Florida when it comes to all the theme parks. Secondly, since we made countless vlogs, mainly Disney and Universal as like the mainline ones, because obviously they're the most popular theme parks in the state of Florida. So as of right now, that's why me and Gabriel decided to talk about the majority of these other theme parks in particular. So that's why we're going to be talking like from the Universal ones to Disney World to SeaWorld to Busch Gardens to even the underrated ones like LegoLand and Fun Spot, which technically, yes, if you don't know what Fun Spot is, it's basically Florida's amusement park, which is why you can only find it in that state. But for everything else is just like indoor parks and zoos and carousels and whatever, but they're not like mainstream theme park areas. So that's why for this one, it's only just me and Gabriel, because number one, yeah, we live in Florida. Secondly, we vlogged half of these parks before, so I'm like, you know what? Let's talk about this for anyone that has been to these places or not.
Yeah.
So yeah, Gabriel, you ready to like start talking about Florida theme parks?
Absolutely. Let's begin.
Let's begin. So I'm learning Cameron's comment. I've only went to the Disney theme parks experience-wise. Let me guess, is it one of the parks or at least like two of them? Because there's like 4-1. I know Gatorland do, but I'm saying like for Florida, the reason why I don't put Gatorland on the list because it's more of a zoo, but it's not like a theme park. Like there are like a few zip lines and trains, but there's like no roller coasters like the other ones. Never been to any of these besides the Disney ones. Dang, it's like, it's only, look, this is no surprise that why Magic Kingdom gets overcrowded a lot every single year, because, in the words of Robin Williams...
That's like a tourist place.
It is.
Like
Disney. So,
any Disney, but especially Magic Kingdom.
Because I was going to say, because for anyone that doesn't know about Universal, because now I'm thinking about it, because now that people in the chat are saying, I've never been to Universal, I've only been to Disney, so I'm like, well, crap, now you guys are making me having second thoughts of the beginning of the stream. It's because originally I wanted to start with Universal because I felt like that's the most easiest one, and just for recency bias reasons, like, yeah, me and Gabriel were at these parks very recent, so I feel like it would be smart enough to start off with. But since you guys who have either visit Florida or in this case visit these states, you guys have the most experience with Disney. 3 out of the 4 did not go to Animal Kingdom. Well, at least you went to like the 3 mainline parks, but Animal Kingdom's the only one that's like missing from your book trip. But after that, you'll be complete. But for Universal, we got like 3. So either way, Gabriel, like for me, I want to start with Universal, but now these people's like, oh, I only been to Disney. Should we start with Disney or just go with my original plan, like start with Universal? What do you know? We have a Universal
Dude,
advertisement on our page. Literally on our page right now.
We can start with Disney. Start with the big one.
All right.
Go
let me just
lower and lower.
Yeah, go low. No. That's not what I.
Go low.
So okay, so let me just put Universal ahead. So I'm just gonna start off with Disney because you guys. I mean, to be fair, Disney's like the ones. Did you see Thing 3 and Universal? No, we've only seen like Chocolate Thunder or Ben, if that's what for your information.
Or Ben.
Yeah, that's a deep cut for Cat in the Hat. So let me just move over to the Disney parks right away because, like I said, it seems like you guys have more experience of going to the Disney parks rather than Universal. So, and besides, the Disney parks did exist first before Universal, so I guess logically speaking or chronologically, it does make a lot of sense. So let me just move up Animal Kingdom, and there we go. I mean, literally chronological order. Sorry, but I'll try to comment on Universal stuff what I seen on YouTube. I mean, like I said, whether it's my videos or just other videos that you see on YouTube, we'll just start ahead. But the main reason why I want to do this, not only because I went to Epic Universe, I've seen other YouTubers, whether they are from Florida or not, they've made videos of like, oh, ranking the best Florida theme parks. And I'm like, you know what? Let me try. So I guess just to be more fair with our audience, to be more fair with, you know, the rankings chronologically, how about we start off with, literally starting with the happiest place on earth that gave birth to the Disney parks in 1971, aka the most overcrowded park out of any Florida park, Disney World's Magic Kingdom. Gabriel, would you like to go first, or you want me to talk about Magic Kingdom, the first Disney park in Florida? Because obviously Disneyland is older.
You start.
Alrighty then, I'll start off. So, for those that don't know, whether if you're a longtime viewer of my channel or not, literally, I'm just going to show it on a page real quick. I literally made a video vlog series literally based around theme park vlogs. And one of the first major ones, I mean, technically it was SeaWorld, but Magic Kingdom was literally like the first one that we started off with. So, as we're going to begin with Magic Kingdom, yes, like I said before, despite it's literally the most overcrowded one, it's definitely the most Disney-ified theme park of them all. Because number one, you have, I mean, obviously Magic Kingdom has the most iconic landmark out of all the four parks. You got the iconic Cinderella Castle. You have variety of lands. You have Main Street USA. You got Adventureland, Fantasyland, Tomorrowland, Frontier, something USA. You know, for the country folks. And then you got Liberty USA if you want to see a president animatronic show, or even a new Fantasyland with featuring new rides, including there's like this one Dumbo area. So basically Magic Kingdom has, the one thing I will give credit to Magic Kingdom, at least it has variety of lands that you can go to. And I arguably say Magic Kingdom has like the most majority of the rides around the time, because literally the last time that me and Gabriel visited the park was literally, yes, this is right here in 2023. Around that time, me and Gabriel went there for the 50th anniversary, and believe it or not, guys, here's a secret, deep, hidden lore about myself. When I was like 2 years old, when me and Gabriel were like small little babies in our boom boom diaper pants, we used to go to Disney a lot. Like, we were like 2 or 3 years old. Number one, my mother around the time used to work at Disney, and my dad was like, no, I'm sick and tired of taking all the theme parks. But, you know, for us, we were the target audience because, yeah, we grew up watching Disney movies on VHS and DVD in our times. And they were like, Mom, Dad, let's go to Disney World. I mean, literally, Magic Kingdom is like the perfect park for families, perfect park for kids, or just like pure Disney adults. But the best thing about Magic Kingdom, aside from the variety, is you definitely feel, no matter how old you are, you feel the Disney magic once when you enter the park. Like, literally the transportation from the monorail or the steamboat Willy boat, because obviously, yeah, it's a Mickey Mouse reference right on that. Either the monorail or the boat, it's such a unique and very futuristic way just to get like one transportation to another to get to the park. And of course, Main Street USA, I arguably say Magic Kingdom looks a lot better at night in my opinion, but that's also the downsides of the nighttime, because, you know, Magic Kingdom is like the Disney park here in Florida that is mostly known for a lot of fireworks shows, light shows, the character shows. Like, obviously in the daytime you get to see Mickey Mouse and friends, and then you can see special guest stars of Disney princesses and other Disney characters showing up on stage to do a live show like early in the morning. But other than that, Magic Kingdom, you want to know what makes Magic Kingdom great? The parades. I think the most iconic one that I can think of as a kid, and even I know diehard Disney fans are like, the Electric Mayhem Parade. If you know what I'm talking about, Gabriel, it's that one nighttime parade where it's all LED lights, and then they're just singing songs, and I'm like, ooh, pretty light colors, and it just storms around the parades. Other than that, they do have their daytime parades. I remember one time, my grandfather was like recording a video where we see Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy, which, yes, the real Kermit and Miss Piggy in puppet form, or in this case, Muppet form. And then I think the giant, I think his name is Scrooge or something, the big hairy Muppet, where he accidentally scared my grandfather's like, oh my goodness, you almost scared me. That was also pretty nice from the parades. But when it comes to the childhood era, for what I remember the most is where me and Gabriel always gets into his by saying, yeah, let's meet the Disney characters. We want to meet Mickey, Donald, Goofy, because those were like the main ones. Back then, if you guys did not know, back then, literally, they had like a Mickey Mouse Toontown area, but now that got replaced to a vacant Dumbo circus, and I'm like, man, it was so cool to go to Mickey Mouse's house, Minnie's house, Goofy's roller coaster. Well, technically, they kept the Goofy roller coaster, but they just make it circus theme, and back then it was Donald Duck's bow. But I don't know why they changed it just to make it like very Dumbo-ified, but it is what it is. But anyway, go to the rides. Went on Pirates of the Caribbean. That's a classic ride. Big Thunder Mountain. Easily the best roller coaster at Magic Kingdom. The only roller coaster that me and Gabriel has not been to is the Tron Legacy roller coaster because, one, that was a new ride around that time. Number two, my biggest complaint with not just Magic Kingdom, but for some other Disney parks that they had to use quote-unquote virtual queues. And I'm like, why do we need a virtual queue? We're here to just get into the ride. But anyway, let me continue on. Haunted Mansion. Fun fact, literally in this vlog that me and Gabriel did, we went to Haunted Mansion for the first time because back then, my mom was like, oh no, this might be too scary for the kids. And then when we got older, it's like, it's fine. At least the theme song is catchy. The Buzz Lightyear ride. The funniest thing is, I could not recall, but every time when me and Gabriel goes to the old Buzz Lightyear ride, it usually closes down. Well, I won't say close down, but it usually has a lot of technical difficulties so now I understand why the Buzz Lightyear ride literally has to get updated. Yesterday I literally saw an advertisement where they updated the ride, they added a new animatronic called Buddy the Robot, and then they add some new things just to make it more fresh and updated. And personally, I feel like not just Disney, but I feel like most theme park rides should do that from now on. Instead of just completely replacing an old classic ride that longtime fans like, why not just give it an update, give it a boost, just like with Spider-Man. Tomorrowland Speedway, I remember I rode it when I was a kid, but it's not anything too special. But Space Mountain, however, Space Mountain, I mean, it's such a dark ride, but it's so peak just to go into space, and then you just hear this pew, pew, pew out of this, and then literally you just go indoors and go Went Round Roast. Winnie the Pooh. Funny enough, I mean, sure, we liked it as a kid, but it's so funny to go as it with me and Gabriel, like doing the Winnie the Pooh voice where he goes, oh, Christopher Robin, you abandoned me, I'm satisfied.
Christopher Robin.
And then literally in that same Magic Kingdom vlog that me and Gabriel did, the funniest thing is, there was like a moment where Pooh is hanging on to like Christopher Robin's hand, and there's like a mom and a dad, and a kid in front of us, and I don't know if they heard us, but then Gabriel made this joke by saying, Christopher Robin's my gay lover, and then literally just move out ahead with the book.
Christopher Robin's my gay lover.
Bro, I was
the part where you see the panel, or like the shot of Christopher Robin and Winnie the Pooh holding hands.
Yeah, literally.
At the end. That's why I said that.
Hold on. As I'm playing the video right now, I'm just going to go straight to that clip, because the best thing about this tier list stream, I'm doing something that I've never done, actually show a video. So, yeah, it's literally the Winnie the Pooh one. Let me fast forward.
Christopher Robin.
There we go.
Can't wait to be stuffed with
I can't wait to be stuffed with fluff and braids. Shout out to Brock Baker. Yeah, that's the clip. Christopher Robin's my gay lover. Bro, I can't. Okay, and yes, Gabriel, I quoted your Buzz voice on that ride. Same goes for Grumpy and Pooh. Speaking of Buzz, I think the funniest thing is, literally when we were in the Buzz ride, I think I accidentally said something by saying, Wee! I remember that. And then speaking of which, Gabriel has not been to the Seven Dwarfs ride, but I have. I actually went to the Seven Dwarfs roller coaster on a separate day. I think it was like around Christmas of 2023, and I was like, oh wow, this ride's actually pretty fun. And yeah, I was thinking of like Gabriel was saying Grumpy's cheese. No joke, I think one Woody and Daffy Duck fan tagged me and then literally just shows Grumpy in a video and just literally goes, I like cheese. And I'm like, huh, that's actually pretty wholesome that Grumpy became somewhat acknowledgeable for anyone who watches Woody and Daffy Duck. But either way, if I had to say what's my favorite land in the Disney parks, it's a debate. It's between Tomorrowland and Fantasyland. Okay, I'll say this. Tomorrowland is the better land, regardless, but I feel like Fantasyland has the most nostalgia as a kid. My favorite attraction in Fantasyland, you'll be surprised, and I've actually recorded this in the vlog, it's the 3D Mickey's Filler Magic. I always call it Filler Magic instead of Fill Her Magic. The reason why I like that 3D show so much, because number one, they use the OG Donald Duck voice. I think his name is Clarence Nash. He uses audio archives. Donald Duck just messes up Mickey Mouse's Maestro, and then literally we just go from Beauty and the Beast, Little Mermaid, Lion King, and then they added Coco. I'm like, oh, what do you know? A Pixar movie is actually added to that. And then literally just make that pass through. I remember when I was a kid, I was crying just because the broomsticks from Fantasia that goes ba-na-na-na was spraying water, and little me was like, where, water. But for me, I'm like, when I got older, I was like, why was I crying about? This show's actually peaked from the music and the smell of champagne during the Be Our Guest. That was nice. But I feel like Tomorrowland has the better rides when it comes to, okay, the Buzz Lightyear ride, even though I haven't been to the updated version, but it still was pretty fun. I think Gabriel actually beat me in the Buzz Lightyear ride, and every time that I look at the Buzz Lightyear statue, or in this case the animatronic, I just think of Buzz Sweet, Taco Buzz, like the last time I was there. My favorite ride's got to be the Space Mountain ride, and even though this ride was closed in the past, but I was lucky. I think I was like 12 around the time. I was lucky to be on the Stitch's Great Escape ride, and it smelled like Swarm, bro. So I'm like, no wonder they had to take down that ride, because it did smell disgusting. And then for the Mike Wazowski Laugh Show, I haven't been on it like in the last trip. I remember as a kid, it's more like, yeah, it's cool to see characters from Monsters Inc. and literally these Pixar monster characters interacting with the audience, where it's kind of like a stand-up comedy show, but it's Disney-ified. So I honestly think that's pretty nice. But I feel like Tomorrowland definitely looks the best at night, aside from the Cinderella cast as a whole. But when it comes to like other rides, I would say Thunder Railroad Mountain's easily my favorite one. And I like that Disney has a habit of like making movies based on their theme park rides. They made a Tomorrowland movie. They made a Jungle Cruise movie with The Rock. Pirates of the Caribbean, no explanation. That's like the only good Disney theme park ride that actually became a big, giant, successful franchise thanks to Johnny Depp and how mega successful those like Pirates of the Caribbean movies were back then around the time, during the peak days. But I almost forgot, it's like, what other Disney theme park rides they have not done yet? I heard rumors they're going to do a Big Thunder Railroad Mountain movie, and then in my mind, it's like, why not just do Expedition Everest from Animal Kingdom so you could adapt the big giant Yeti from that ride? It's more like, yeah, because like I said, Disney has a habit of like making movies based on their theme park rides. But like I said, the only good ones are the Pirates of the Caribbean movies. But speaking of pirates, I mean, I think thanks to the ride, it gave us the iconic theme song. And I will be honest, every time I go to the water ride, back then, they showed Davy Jones from Pirates 2 and 3, and then literally they showed the other characters in the movies. And every time I get to see Captain Jack Sparrow at the very end, I remember as a younger kid, I think there was a mom with a daughter, and she's like, oh, it almost looks like it's real. It is real. And I remember when I was watching, like, before I knew what YouTube was, I watched Disney World documentaries back then where I see the real Johnny Depp, and then next to a Jack Sparrow in the barrel. I think there's one time, it wasn't in Disney World, but I think it was in California, Disneyland, where Johnny Depp jump scares the guys, where he goes, ah! Is my bum pretty big? Naughty! And then literally just surprising fans around the time when Johnny Depp was like at the peak of his career when he was playing Jack Sparrow for those movies. But either way, Pirates of the Caribbean, it's a night. I feel like that ride is honestly better when you go at night because it definitely feels like the Pirates themes. But as for like the weaker rides, in my opinion, I almost forgot. I know I haven't been to the Princess and the Frog ride, but back then it used to be Splash Mountain, but the reason why they got replaced is because relevancy and song itself depicts racism, so that's why they have to redeem it. But I'm like, yeah, I mean, if you forget like all the allegories and the political agenda aside, it's more like, dude, but that song, zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day, it was an iconic song that was played in that old ride before they got that removed. But when it comes to the weaker rides, I mean, clearly, the rides I would say that's definitely not like worth going on again. It's probably the more Dumbo, Aladdin, like carpet rides. More like, it's one of those rides that's more like targeted for younger kids, but definitely one of those rides more like, well, if you wanted to go to get bored for the sun, but it's not really like worth like the long wait. And I feel like Fantasyland, aside from Mickey's Filler Magic, and even though I've never been to the Little Mermaid ride, I feel like the rides for like in Fantasyland doesn't hold up. Like, for instance, the Peter Pan ride. I don't understand why the Peter Pan ride, weirdly enough, literally has to involve so many wait times despite, because the Peter Pan ride reminds me of the E.T. ride at Universal Orlando, where it's more like a chill, slowing type of ride. I'm like, then what's the point of making this like a super long wait? And I almost forgot that It's a Small World is there, but you know, it's one of those classic old vintage rides where it's more like, yeah, I remember the song in my childhood, it's a small world after all. But it's not like a ride that you would go again and again as a grown adult once when you go older. But when it comes to like other attractions I do think are either okay or just like, you know, not that great is Speedway is alright, and trying to remember what other attractions were there. I remember there was like a Country Bear song, and I think the only thing they updated was literally like bears singing like, you know, popular Disney songs of Before the Bare Necessities. The one thing I honestly forgot about is the fact that I think there was an actual real life bear that actually went to the parks. I'm like, hey, what do you know? One of the bears you see, one of those long lost cousins. And I kid you not, I think Magic Kingdom, for what I remember, because you know Disney usually announce their theme parks literally when it comes around the time. I think there's one time where literally they announced that we're going to get like a Cars theme attraction in Frontierland, which would make sense because Disneyland has a Cars theme area while we don't have that much Cars content except for Hollywood Studios for a limited time. And another thing I also want to know is it's like, I think Disney's actually going to branch out to like make another theme land, like make it based on the villains like Captain Hook, Maleficent, Jafar from Aladdin, which would be cool. Oh yeah, Cameron, thanks for reminding me. Somebody actually did got naked in... somebody did got naked literally, and It's a Small World. I'm like, bro, like the one when I saw viral videos of people getting kicked out for the most stupidest reasons at Disney, like for one, complaining like not getting to the theme park ride, going to trespass to the door, but saying, and y'all thought kids were immature? Nah, these teenagers, adults do very stupid things that kids banned for life when it comes to the Disney theme park. So yeah, it's hilarious, but it's also like embarrassing to see grown-ass people just doing immature stuff in a freaking family kids theme park. But either way, as I move on with Magic Kingdom, I feel like one of the best things for what makes Magic Kingdom the best out of all the 4 theme parks, I think this park does a better job with the holiday events. Like, for obviously, if Universal Halloween Horror Nights are too scared for the younger children, this park does a good job for Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party, where, for the most part, you can literally cosplay as a character as long as they don't look too identical to a Disney princess or prince or whatnot. I remember I went to one Halloween event at Magic Kingdom that somebody was literally cosplaying as Shrek, and I'm like, wait a minute, that's not a Disney character. And I'm like, well, to be fair, Shrek does make fun of a lot of Disney tropes in their movies, so I think that would be so meta if that's the case. And I think Christmas definitely, like, I would say holiday-wise, Christmas is the best when it comes to Magic Kingdom, when it comes to this. Like, bro, from the parades, the foods, the lighting, the snow, and everything's like, yeah, it's like Disney magic full of wonder. So I feel like out of all the Disney parks, Magic Kingdom does it the best when it comes to holiday events. And speaking of Christmas, Magic Kingdom is mostly the #1 park that's mostly known for, oh, the Disney, Disney's Christmas Day Parade, and definitely go see it live, where we got celebrities and music artists just performing live at the Magic Kingdom. So honestly, I just think that's pretty cool. But I almost forgot, there's other complaints I will say about Magic Kingdom is, for the foods, okay, for the most part, the foods are decent for what they are, but why are the foods so damn expensive, man? I mean, the only restaurants that me and Gabriel go to is like, I forgot what's the name, but I think it's like this space type of restaurant that's nearby the Cinderella Castle, where we got chicken tenders, and then Gabriel has like a Sleepy Sully type of slushie. And the only other foods I did taste it was the Dole Whip, because I know the Dole Whip ice cream is very popular in the Disney parks. I'm like, you know what, let me taste this, because this actually is, it looks so good. But other than that, why is the Beauty and the Beast restaurant, why is like most of these other restaurants like so darn expensive, man? It's like, look, I understand that we have to go through multiple vacations, but I feel like Magic Kingdom, I mean, I can't say much for the other Disney parks, but I feel like Magic Kingdom has the most priciest foods out of all of them. But the one thing I will give respect about Magic Kingdom, they do a good job when it comes to the merchandise. Like, when it comes to the merch, when I was a kid, I literally had, like, a train set, which is literally based on the train set that's literally goes around the Magic Kingdom theme park. And I even have, like, a monorail play set that's literally just one thing. A Neat Little Symphony and 3 Little Pigs. Oh, you're referring to that one Disney cartoon of Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Wolf? They should have done that, which, back then, I feel like that could have been the Snow White ride until they got replaced with the Grumpy Dwarf ride. But either way, so despite some rides do hold up, some rides don't hold up, and despite some of the foods, but Magic Kingdom, I mean, like I said, if I had to recommend which Disney theme park to go, I mean, easily I would recommend, I mean, despite Magic Kingdom's overcrowded, but I would recommend go to Magic Kingdom, not only because it's the first Disney theme park. I feel like Magic Kingdom is like the ultimate Disney experience that you will feel nostalgia of old Disney in your childhood, but then you're going to see something new that feels more modern, up to date when it comes to Disney stuff. So if I have to rank Magic Kingdom, okay, this is probably going to be a basic answer. I probably might give it an S tier, so I probably might put Magic Kingdom for S tier for my ranking. So, Gabriel, would you like to take away your ranking on Magic Kingdom?
CC. Yeah, Magic Kingdom was probably, was it the first theme park we've been to?
Yeah, literally. Like when we were like, what, 2, 3 years old? Like literally in our childhood days?
Yeah, babies. We were there since we were babies. And it's changed a lot, obviously, over the last 20 years.
Yeah, over 50 years.
Well, for us, at least.
Yeah.
But I guess now, because we were kids and now we're adults, it doesn't hit the same, but it's still enjoyable in its own way. Like, it's kind of like going down memory lane in a way. Well, for certain rides, because, you know, they added new rides now. Tron ride, which I've never been.
We've never been on it.
Yeah. But it's still a nice place. The attractions, well, I mostly remember Magic Kingdom mostly for like the interactions with characters when we were kids. Like, I remember we would go to Disney and we brought like our plushies of the Disney characters and then met characters themselves.
Yeah, Goofy, look at our plushies.
Had the plushes in our hand. That was cool. We met Winnie the Pooh. I remember.
Yeah, I remember that.
I think we
met Woody and Jesse when we were younger.
Yeah, I remember that.
Buzz Lightyear. I did met Stitch.
Toy Story Land.
Yeah, but that's Hollywood Studios.
Yeah. I remember we met Winnie the Pooh or like some characters at a restaurant.
Yeah, it was Pooh, Tigger, Eeyore, and Piglet.
Yeah. I remember Piglet. Mostly.
Piglet needs to go use the bathroom.
Yeah. So
we just never
mostly the interactions with the characters were like one of the best parts of Magic Kingdom.
We just don't interact with the princesses because we're like, ew, girl stuff. We just want to go to our mainline stuff that we like.
Yeah. I want to see my goat Winnie the Pooh and Mickey Mouse and Goofy.
Yeah, I want to see Mickey, Donald, Goofy, and the rest.
But yeah, as for the attractions, I don't think I went on Pirates when I was a little kid, but maybe when I was like a tad older, a little bit older. Probably like somewhere around 9-ish. I don't freaking remember. I was a little bit old, not a baby or anything. But the Pirates ride, to this day, I still love it. Very nostalgic. Everybody loves the smell of chlorine.
Literally.
If it just, you feel like you're there for a bit, you know, World of the Pirates, and so iconic. Even the Simpsons make a parody of it. Also the part where you see the pig in the ride, it smells like bacon. It literally smells like bacon.
For which ride again?
In Pirates.
Oh yeah, there is.
So I don't know, that ride is like, it's nostalgic. It's like, I don't know, it's chill because it's just a boat ride. It's almost soothing. I don't know. You get that feeling of like you're just sitting down. Kind of that feeling. But it's nostalgic, and I love that ride. I don't think I've ever been on Jungle Cruise. I do remember Peter Pan flight. I love Peter Pan in general. Favorite Disney movies, so as a kid I loved it. Absolutely do. I mean, I don't know how well that day rages today, but I do remember getting on it it was nice. It wasn't bad. It was kind of like the Finding Nemo ride at Epcot. I think it's Epcot. Yeah. It's a small world, obviously iconic. Kind of the same feeling as the Pirates ride, where it's nostalgic, it's chill. Maybe sometimes a little creepy because that song in a creepy way. So, I don't know. It can either be unsettling or relaxing, but it is definitely nostalgic. Obviously, I mean it's a kid ride thing. Dumbo, flying elephant.
Yeah.
Tea party cups, like those are fun little kid stuff.
Which we never been on that ride.
We enjoyed.
Actually.
Which one?
We've never been to the teapot, the Mad Hatter teapot party. I don't think I.
Oh yeah, no. We didn't go on.
Never at all.
Dumbo for sure.
Yeah, we have.
Dumbo for sure. We did. Just pretty average rides, but still nostalgic because we went on the kids and babies. And of course, even till this day, we still go on the Winnie the Pooh ride because it's nostalgic. It's funny.
It's fun to make fun of it
for some odd reason. I like the queue. It's short. It's simple.
Yeah. At least we get shade.
Kind of interactive for the kids.
With the carrots from Rabbit.
And I don't know. It's kind of like the Cat in the Hat ride, but
pretty much
the Winnie the Pooh ride.
They literally have like an acid color trip moment in both rides, by saying like, yeah,
exactly.
It's literally the same.
Where he starts floating.
Yeah, where he goes.
But yeah, that ride. It's like the Cat in the Hat ride. It's very chill, meant for the kids. I mean, I think it's better than the Cat in the Hat.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah.
I still like to go on it just for memory's sake.
Yeah, I would say the Pooh ride is better than Cat in the Hat. I would agree.
What else?
Did you mention Tomorrowland?
Oh, Thunder... Huh?
I was going to say, did you mention Tomorrowland?
Not yet.
Alright, so, yeah, the Frontierland, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, Thunder Railroad. That one is still a lot of fun. I love that ride. I would say the worst part is probably the queue.
Yeah, for sure.
Kind of.
You're so tired.
Exhausting.
Tired to walk up in that ramp.
Know. It's just the way it's designed. I don't like it, but.
Oh man.
The ride itself, a lot of fun, especially at night.
Yeah,
I like
nighttime is the best at it.
Because the lights.
Yeah, we literally vlog about it. Pobrecito Pooh.
And what was Splash Mountain?
Used to be.
That was Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Never been on that one, but Splash Mountain for sure. Like, I mean, if you were going to Magic Kingdom, that's a ride you have. Splash Mountain.
Yeah, it's a classic. Like for the wet ride, but also the song at the end.
It's probably like the best
water ride.
Splash ride. Honestly, it wasn't my favorite, but like the most iconic for sure. Like the best.
Yeah, it was probably my favorite water ride at a theme park around that time.
Yeah. Even though there were a bunch of creepypastas about that ride, but
yeah, and the giant.
I still love that ride.
I still think of SML's video with the bear is like, "What's that big ass doing here?" And be like, "Jesus, I'm coming."
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, shut up, Mexican guy! Stop speaking Spanish, bro. Because of that ride at Mexican.
Yeah, I remember that. But yeah, that's a ride you would have to get on. Iconic.
Yeah, I wish.
Then Liberty Square. That's
boring.
Yeah, Haunted Mansion. Not a lot there, but Haunted Mansion is iconic. We all watched those like old
VHS
videos on VHS
where we see
the monsters. I forget how the song goes, but it was they had a song for like each attraction, but they had a song for Haunted Mansion, and I used to watch that all the time.
We did back in our old Disney theme park VHSs.
Haunted Mansion is iconic. It's not the most fun ride, or I mean not ride. Well, I guess kind of
Yeah.
attraction. It's not the most fun attraction, but
Dwayne!
it is entertaining in its own way.
Oh, yeah, Dwayne, this is
'Cause
a
you
surprise. Sorry to interrupt, Gabriel. I was like, yeah, Dwayne, we're doing a ranking. Do you want to join us, or you just want to watch the chat?
Oh, my nose!
Anyway, Gabriel, you continue.
What's up, Dwayne? Anyway, Haunted Mansion, it is good. It is a good attraction. I think you enjoy it a lot better, obviously. I mean, I would say overall, like, this entire theme park you enjoy more as a kid. I feel like this is the theme park for enjoyable, because, you know, you actually feel scared or uncomfortable, or like you were actually there at the Haunted Mansion. Now, it's more nostalgic, kind of just like a, I don't know, popcorn ride, chill, just enjoy the show, kind of.
Literally?
But I like the design of the queue. You're like in the waiting room. Doors. Also, like inside, like the actual ride itself, the set designs, and like the dancing ghosts, and like just there's a lot of cool stuff to look at in that attraction. So, Haunted Mansion is still pretty good. It's not my favorite. It's not the best. It's still good. Space Mountain. Again, iconic. That is a must.
Mm-hmm.
That is a must. That ride is a lot of fun. It's almost like, I don't know if anyone. I kind of doubt it, but if anyone's been on the Guardians ride at Epcot,
yeah, we'll get to that soon.
This was like the original ride, like the original.
Literally the blueprint.
Where, yeah, like you're going crazy on the roller coaster. It's dark. You're literally in space.
Mm-hmm.
The queue. Maybe this is just because of how long it always is. Very popular.
Usually.
But it's exhausting. The queue is exhausting. It's not.
It is.
I don't know. I guess it's a little boring. It's a little bit boring. It's exhausting. So probably the worst part, the queue. But
yeah,
the ride itself, a lot of fun. That's a must. Go to Magic Kingdom.
Yeah. Despite how long the lines are.
And of course, this is also a must because that's my goat, Buzz Lightyear,
because
Space
you are
Ranger.
Buzz.
Yeah, I approve. That's you gotta get on that. That I think, yeah, Tomorrowland is probably like probably my favorite land.
Really?
Yeah, because I'm Buzz.
Yeah, you are. And I did say it was my favorite as well.
But I like the design of everything. Like, you see, like, the planets and stuff like that.
Especially at night.
In the center. Yeah, at night, Tomorrowland looks amazing.
But we can agree the worst ride. No, Gabriel, the worst ride that we did in our final Disney World vlog was that. I forgot what's the name. I think it was called Astro something something. It was like a
Astro Orbiter?
Bro, the fact that we were like so.
That ride is terrible.
Oh man, like the fact we were just tall dudes. It literally.
Unless you're going with like your daughter or like niece or little brother or I don't know, something for the kids. Sure, it's fine.
Yeah,
but don't get on that with your friends, please.
Yeah,
please don't.
Especially if you're a tall dude, it's gonna feel so painful, man.
Don't go with someone your age. I mean, girlfriend, wife. Don't. Just don't. That ride.
Ow.
In my opinion,
my
sucks.
leg. My leg.
It's that is or the kids for sure. That is or the kids for sure.
Dude, Gabe, the Strange Things cover music at Tomorrowland. Oh yeah, there was. They played the Strange Things Are Happening to Me in the land somewhere.
Strange. Yeah, but anyway, Buzz Lightyear. That ride, love that ride. I'm biased, so it's probably my favorite there.
That's why you beat me on that ride.
Yeah, that ride is not only is it fun to look at because of the set design and everything, but it's interactive. It's like it's like the Men in Black ride or like the recent Mario Kart ride. Like it's just very interactive.
How ironic.
Where you shoot with the blasters because that's the whole point. And defeat the aliens and Zurg bots and all this baloney. So it's fun. It's kind of like being in a video game but on a ride. That kind of.
Way before Toy Story Mania.
Also, the queue. I do like the queue because you get to see the Buzz animatronic thing.
Even though that's not Tim Allen's voice.
Yeah. Just very, very Buzz-centric. I love it. It feels a lot of fun.
Yeah, it feels like something straight out of the animated show, Buzz Lightyear Star Command. That's the vibe it got me of.
Yeah, but Buzz Lightyear and probably Space Mountain. Those are like, well, okay, Buzz, Space Mountain, Pirates. Right. What else?
I think
in terms of rides, that's mostly, well, for like me. I know there's more rides, but most of them. Just the main ones that I'm familiar with. Then you have the entertainment side. You have the fireworks
clearly
at night.
That gets really crowded.
They close. Like it makes it worth staying to the end. Instead of just like, oh, that's our last ride. Let's go home now. Like you have a reason to kind of stay towards the end. Which is nice. Nice for pictures, videos, stuff for the family. It's also I love the entrance. Like when you get towards the castle and there's a bunch of restaurants, places to get snacks and merch and all. It looks nice, especially at night. At night, everything
for sure. Especially around the holidays too. The holidays is where it's at its peak.
Yeah, Magic Kingdom during the holidays, whether it be Halloween or especially Christmas, it looks amazing.
This one does it the best.
And I remember, when we were little kids and we would leave, and you would get to see Mickey on the top saying goodbye and everything.
Yeah, waving at us like up top.
Like that was like your day was satisfying. Seeing that towards the end. So there's a lot that's great about it. Obviously, you'll like it better if you're a younger kid or whatever. You're just going with a little brother or daughter or son. But
yeah, I might as
it's
well
also a nice place to go with like your girlfriend or like it's just it's meant for families.
Yeah. I mean the date night.
I think that's more of a family's place.
That's what this park is mainly known for.
Yeah. If you wanted to go somewhere with your buddies, that's more. Come
on, say it.
I would say more. Either Hollywood Studios, if we're talking Disney.
Yeah, for Disney brands.
Or just go to Universal, honestly.
Yeah, I was gonna say Universal is more appropriate.
But we're gonna get to that. Right now, we're talking about Disney, Magic Kingdom. I still think holds up pretty well.
Sure does.
For everybody. So, for that reason, I'll put it as because it's a good place to go for it.
I mean, like I said before, if I had to recommend one Disney park for anybody that's never experienced a Disney park before, this is the easiest choice to do to have the ultimate Disney experience. So, might as well put, come on, Mickey and Friends, get up there. You belong up there in the S tier ranking. But before we move on to everything else, let me just read Dwayne's comments, which I don't think Dwayne, because I was going to say, like, Dwayne, do you want to join us in the stream or just comment in the chat?
Wait, did we?
Wait, what?
I think we forgot.
What do we forget?
Because the Monsters Inc. show was there, right?
Yeah, it's at Tomorrowland.
In Tomorrowland?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that and they had a Stitch ride.
Yep, I've been on it once before they took it down.
But I got scared and I started crying, so then we left.
Literally just because he thought it was creepy?
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, like I said, I was the same with Mickey's Filler Magic, where the water from the broomsticks were spraying at me, so it's like...
That too. I cried on that too when I...
Yeah, because I'm like, oh, what?
Or something.
I'm like, oh,
it was the water. The water made me cry.
Yeah, literally, because, we were just 5-year-olds around the time. But anyway, let me...
Because it, like, splashed in my face. Then that's why I started crying.
And then it gets even more worse at Animal Kingdom, which I will talk about later on. My phobias, weird phobias I have when I was a kid. That doesn't make sense to be afraid of. But let me just read Dwayne's comments. So Dwayne just put, love Magic Kingdom as a kid. Harder to be into it if you're not a Disney adult, if you're older. Yes, I would agree. Haunted Mansion, Pirates Haunted Mansion, Pirates are peak. Well, Haunted Mansion's mainly of the aesthetics and the song, and for Pirates, pretty much the same thing, honestly. Miss Stitch's Great Escape, even though it's not terrible, but not a park I would go to if I don't have kids. I 100% agree, Dwayne. Tomorrowland's my favorite too, which there's more to do with it. Yeah, I would agree. I feel like Tomorrowland has so much potential that it could have had, aside from like having 2 good rides in it. And yeah, Tron, we have never been on it either, so we can't really say much. Yeah, strange things happening to me. Why is Bus Sleep Night so difficult?
Strange things.
Yeah, that is quite unpleasant. So, now that we're done with Magic Kingdom, let's talk about the second Disney theme park, which, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm thinking Epcot exists like maybe in the 80s or late 70s, I don't remember, but I remember Walt Disney was envisioning Epcot to be not just as this big global adventure type of trip. It's definitely meant to be more of a very educational one, which when I get to Gabriel's opinion, Gabriel went to Epcot a lot, maybe because, yeah, it's the #1 Disney theme park to go to field trips where you can learn different other countries. I mean, literally Epcot, because one thing is that really caught my marbles, like, wait, why is that to be a giant golf ball? Is that to be like when I think of the golf ball, when I was a kid, I'm like, is that supposed to be like a Goofy thing, since Goofy and the older Disney cartoons always like makes a mishaps of messing up with baseballs and all the sports that Goofy used to mess up with. But Epcot, so I will say this, like, I remember going to the rides of that B tier because I'm not really an education guy. Well, that's what this park is mainly made for, the field trip stuff. But anyway, here's going to be my big hot take for it. I think Epcot definitely have its perks. I heard there was a Roger Rabbit. Yeah. Roger Rabbit was around in Disney World, but now the only thing you'll get Roger Rabbit is only when you go to Disneyland. But anyway, let me get to my hot take. I arguably say Epcot is probably the weakest park in my opinion. Don't get me wrong. Thankfully, since I've been to Epcot, hold on, I'm just going to go to my YouTube channel real quick. Last time I've been, yeah, it was literally back in 2023. There were some interesting updates that Epcot has. I mean, funny enough, I think me and Gabriel went to this Ellen DeGeneres type of ride where she's like with dinosaurs, which I thought that was dumb when I was a kid by saying, okay, this is not as cool as Jurassic Park by comparison. But thankfully, we have one Marvel ride. So I would say going to Epcot now is honestly better than what it was as a kid. I feel like going to Epcot as a kid was mostly better for the character meet and greets and Finding Nemo. As for the food, okay, I know Epcot is mainly known for like their food and wine festivals and all their garden stuff, yada yada yada. But to be fair, me and Gabriel never really eat much of the food at Epcot, if I'm being honest with you. The only food that I ate at Epcot was American USA because, yeah, it's American food. You got some barbecue chicken. It's the cheapest food you can find. But the only food that I taste that is not the American area. I've been to the Japanese area and the Italian area. So hear me out, guys. I went to the Japanese one in 2024, which one of my close friends who's also half Asian. And funny enough, when I went to the Japanese restaurant, it was fancy, it was nice. Even the waitresses were like fluent Japanese when they were talking. Like sometimes I got a bit by saying, excuse me, ma'am, can you repeat what you're saying? The sushi was nice, the fish was nice, the flower lemon drink, whatever it is, it was good. I feel like my least favorite part of eating in the Japanese one was the eels. I'm like, ugh, it's slimy but not satisfying. And then outside Japan, when I went to the Italy side, the only thing that I tasted was like the ice cream around that time. And the funniest thing is, one of the ice cream servers is literally named Luca, and it reminded me of the Pixar movie Luca back 2021. And I'm like, you are named after the Pixar one. It's like, yeah, prego, Luca is a very good movie, Americano. So I'm like, yeah, because, literally Italians. The one thing I'll give Epcot respect out of all the Disney theme parks, they actually hired people from their respective countries, whether that's Mexico, whether that's Germany, and they actually have people around the time. I think they literally have British people. Like when we were literally in the UK segment, literally there was like, because obviously the Kings is a very big band, the 70s, the band that sings, girl, you really got me now, you really got me. You really got me. And then literally it's right there. And then when I went to the UK area, there's literally like a telephone booth, and then you got Winnie the Pooh. I'm like, right, because the British people basically created Winnie the Pooh. And the only time that was very uncanny is when I went to the Canadian side of things. I'm like, yeah, my favorite actors are from Canada. But it's so funny that in the Canada section, there's only like popcorn and maple syrup by saying like, well, of course, Canadians, they like their maple syrups, they like their hockey plays, and they say sorry instead of sorry. So before I ramble on, let me just read on a couple of comments. I went to ride Space... Okay, you'll be surprised. That's the only ride... Okay, I went to the Space Mission Earth one. I actually been to that one. I've actually never been to, like, the Mission Space one. I mean, because I think when I was younger, it's like, oh, this is the type of ride that'll make you throw up. I know it's like a indoor space shuttle type of ride. Soarin' is a classic. Figment... I don't think I've been to the Figment ride in recent times, but I remember going on to a kid. Guardians, I'll give the Guardians. Okay, without question, Guardians is easily the best ride at Epcot, despite the long waits. Three Caballeros, Epcot, Epcot's Peak, New Peak. Bro, Dwayne, I'm going to bring this up. The Finding Nemo ride, I feel like the ride is so much better when you're a kid because, you know, there's a scene where, you remember in the original movie where Marlin's hanging on a car, she's like, grab a shell, dude, whoa, righteous. When I was a kid watching the movie, I'm like, oh, that would be so cool if they make that as a ride. And as a kid, I'm like, literally when you sit on the Clancy Find Nemo, like, I think if I go to this vlog right now, literally in this clip, this is test track, which I know they definitely make some updates. Yeah, this part right here, look at this. It was so cool to see the sea creatures down. This is the segment right here. So after when you see Bruce, this right here. This scene from the EAC current where you see Crush, Nemo, and Squirt. I will say this, like, as a kid, I thought it was intense. But when I went to this ride again as an adult, I was like, oh, it's not as intense as I want, but it is, like, close to what I want. And then literally the coolest thing, like, at the end of the Nemo ride, you literally see the characters singing, "In the Big Blue World," which is literally referenced in Finding Nemo the musical, and then you actually get to see real fishes behind that, which I honestly think that's pretty cool. Like, I feel like this ride does a good job of bringing the environment and the life of Finding Nemo to life. And then literally, I think the coolest thing, once we get on that ride, we literally get to see clownfishes, we get to see Dories, and I think there's literally a hidden Mickey. Yeah, literally a hidden Mickey, literally right here on this spot. And I'm like, oh, that's actually pretty cool to make it Disney-fied. I mean, every time I go see
How ironic
SeaWorld,
that literally we went to a SeaWorld
okay, right around here. And then the sharks is obviously Gabriel's like a big shark fanatic. It's like, yeah, I like Bruce. So yeah, you got this shark. Yeah, I thought this was a nice Easter egg. Anyway, the song about Guardians of the Galaxy, Everybody Wants to Rule the World. I think the one that me and Gabriel went on is the One Way or Another. I'm gonna get you one way or another. I'm like, okay, that was a great song choice. And I think the second time I went on it for the second time on a separate day, I think it's called I Ran by Seagulls, that was played in a regular show and LegoLand. And I ran so far away, couldn't get away. The one song that I was hoping to play, but I know the funniest thing is they always do this every time on September 21st. They just blast the, do you remember the 21st night of September? Living in September. It's kind of funny because I had a British friend. He predicted this by saying, oh, what if they play 21st Night of September and the Guardians property? I'm like, well, the movies didn't play it, but this ride at Magic Kingdom has. And like we said, technically, since this is the only Marvel ride that Disney could own, because obviously Universal owns the rights to the Marvel brand, even though it's more based on the comics. But either way, it's so uncanny that we literally have to see Chris Pratt in not just one theme park ride, but two rides. This one is Star-Lord for this Guardians ride, and then Jurassic World for the Velocicoaster. But the best thing about the Guardians of the Galaxy ride, you close your eyes on Guardians, why would you, Brand? It's like, bro, I mean, Gabriel literally says it in the Magic Kingdom tier list where basically the Space Mountain thing is definitely the blueprint, but I arguably say this is much better. And the coolest thing in that ride, there's literally a moon in the background, so I'm like, yeah, going to piss on the moon. And then fast forward to the last part of the queue, because the worst thing about waiting in line for Guardians, like, I find the virtual queue was very stupid by saying, dude, why do we need a queue? Can we just get into the ride? So I'm glad they got rid of that in later years. And funny enough, we literally went to this ride the same year when the Guardians of the Galaxy trilogy literally ended, when Volume 3, which I'll talk about a separate story when we get to Animal Kingdom. It's like, yeah, after Animal Kingdom, we went to see Guardians 3. But then months later after the movie, it's like, yeah, we went to this ride. But yeah, once again, easily this is the best ride. And then I like this moment when the Guardians were up front. Me and Gabriel made this joke when Chris Pratt shows up. I love you, Mario! Let me go field! But yeah, without question, it was easily my favorite ride in the park. But when it comes to the other areas, I forgot that they recently added like this Moana area, which is like nothing but just a water walk around. Even though despite it's not really like a ride, but since we know we live in the state of Florida, it's a nice, cute walk around, especially if you want to get water. And then speaking of which, I like that you can literally control the water like it's something straight out of Avatar: The Last Airbender. Literally around this part, it's like, oh, this is actually pretty nice. Just to, I don't know, promote the Moana franchise. Because even though Disney melts the death out of the Moana franchise, but seem to be like being controlled with the agua and the water, it's quite refreshing. And I think one of the beautiful landscapes is not during the waterfall scene. It's during, I forgot what's this character's name, but I think it's called like the Heart of the Feeding, and then you get to see this green giant lady. I also thought that's pretty nice. But the one things I'm really disappointed from my last visit for Epcot, and Dwayne, if you're still watching this, okay, Dwayne, you probably might be the only person, if you're watching the stream, there was a Lion King, like, 20-minute live show that has Simba, Timon, and Pumbaa talk about planet Earth, and then basically what people need to do to, like, save the environment, not just for the animals, but for the human society. It's more like, bro, when they play the iconic, like, Lion King music score, dun, 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 and when I got older, I'm like, oh, they replaced that? That sucks. That's, like, the only Lion King stuff in that park that's not Animal Kingdom, because Magic Kingdom used to have a Lion King puppet show, but that got replaced with Mickey's Filler Magic. And then Epcot used to have one Lion King show, but that got taken down. But I forgot to go in depth with one of the most iconic rides in Epcot, and it's Soarin', which you got the legend, the man, the myth, the legend, Patrick Warburton being the narrator by saying, "Hi, welcome to Soarin'." And then I like that. I think it's in the Disneyland version of California that literally, I think it was pretty funny that he has, like he kept his mustache, and the updated version of Disneyland was saying, "You're on your flight on going to Soarin'." And it's like, bro, I mean, I know Patrick Warburton was in a lot of Disney movies back at the time. He was Kronk in Emperor's New Groove. He was Buzz Lightyear, and Buzz Lightyear Star Command. He was in Disney's The Wild, and yeah, many other characters that I could think of. Obviously, he's the GOAT. He's the Giga Chad. But either way, Soarin's definitely pretty good. When you want to, like, I remember when I was a kid, I think there's like this one friend I used to have, and when I was trying to hang on to the Mickey plush, literally my friend was saying, "Hold on to Mickey or else you're going to drop him," since we're literally just flying all the way to California. And I think the coolest thing about that area when you go to Soarin' is where you have a character meet and greet die-in, which we never been there, but definitely was pretty nice. And as for the Ratatouille ride, Gabriel has not been on it, but I've been on it, which I did not include it in the vlog. But for the Ratatouille ride, for me, when I was a kid, sure, Toy Story, Finding Nemo, and Cars were fan favorite Pixar movies, but Ratatouille is easily my top 5 because, I mean, literally the message of Ratatouille is like, literally anybody can cook. It's like, yeah, that movie became the inspiration of me cooking my own meals. And when I was actually looking forward to the Ratatouille ride, like, obviously, I wasn't expecting it to be an intense ride because I see Disneyland Paris where they literally have their own French version of Ratatouille. And I gotta admit, the champagne, the food smells good. I like that you have the original voice cast from the animated movie reprising the role. And then you literally feel like you are a rat in the kitchen. And then they play the iconic Michael Giacchino music score and just go do 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 do. And not gonna lie, after when I went off the Ratatouille ride, I'm like, dude, do they have the Ratatouille recipe? But I'm very disappointed that they don't have the actual Ratatouille recipe. It's like, dude, you literally make a theme park ride and you have expensive French restaurants and you don't have the Ratatouille recipe. Such a disappointment, Disney. That's such a big missed opportunity they could have done in the France area. But either then, the Ratatouille ride's not gonna, like, you know, a big intense ride, but for what it is, it definitely reminds me of the Mickey Mouse Runaway Railroad ride in Hollywood Studios, which I will talk about later, but it's Ratatouille-ified. But as for the other attractions, so Test Track. I think the worst part of going to Test Track is the lines, man. I remember the first time when me and Gabriel went on it, dude, our feet was aching. There was like coughing people in the background. I mean, the queue is cool. Like, the queue is cool to see the cars and you designing them, even though the whole design aspect of the Test Track is very pointless. But when it comes to the cars in general, I would say the ride is mostly better to ride at night, but the lines, not worth the 1 hour late if you're just gonna go like straight ahead to like other rides in the park. But anyway, when it comes to like other attractions, I don't remember too much aside from the Three Caballeros, which I remember when I was a kid. I don't think it was actually theme of the Three Caballeros, but I remember it was. So I was like, yeah, I remember I watched that on the VHS. But the reason why Epcot, despite there are some cool stuff, I think there's like a free soda machine where you can actually get some free soda refills, which I think that's nice. But the reason why Epcot is honestly my least favorite Disney theme park, because aside from the lands, it just doesn't feel like it has its, like, I mean, I get it. It's supposed to be like a cheap version of like, well, if you can't go to Paris, Japan, the UK, or whatever you want to go. Epcot's basically just Florida's low-budget version when it comes to like going to these part of the world. But I feel like Epcot, I just don't think they have that much of the cool rides aside from Guardians, Test Track, Finding Nemo, as like, you know, rides are definitely worth coming down to. But it's not really like a park I would like go, like Epcot, I will say this, Epcot's definitely like more of the, oh, if you want to have a field trip with your school, then go ahead and do that. Or if you want to go with families, that's what it is. But I feel like, because look, even though Epcot has more rides than Animal Kingdom, and I'm going to have my defense because, look, when we talk about Animal Kingdom later in the stream, there are people who usually say Animal Kingdom is their least favorite park, and I would understand why. But personally, for me, I disagree because I actually have a nostalgic, personal bias reason why I prefer Animal Kingdom more. Because yes, even though Animal Kingdom closes later, and yes, Epcot looks great at night, and even Epcot has their own mini live show. They have their fireworks show where they're doing song covers of previous Disney songs from Tarzan to Toy Story to many other ones, which is pretty nice to see, don't get me wrong. But I just feel like Animal Kingdom has its own identity when it comes to the nature stuff. I mean, yes, Epcot has more rides, dare I say the better rides than Animal Kingdom, but I feel like Animal Kingdom and Hollywood Studios, in my opinion, has the better themes, in my personal opinion, which is why Hollywood Studios and Animal Kingdom are the much more like entertaining parks for me. And as for live shows, Epcot's live shows, in my opinion, honestly has like the weakest one. Can't comment on Animal Kingdom. It's like, well, I'm just speaking that generally speaking, people will rank Animal Kingdom as their least favorite. But like we said, personally for me, I disagree. But we'll talk about Animal Kingdom later on. But despite that, I think like out of all the three Disney shows, from Magic to Hollywood to Animal, I feel like they have the better live shows. I mean, the only good live show that Epcot has is basically the finale, but there's not that much live entertainment stuff. I think Epcot is going to bring like an artificial hologram of Walt Disney, which I do think that's going to be a bit creepy, but you know, it's 2020 is what I remember. So either way, so aside from the Guardians ride, it's not really like a park I would go revisit again and again and again, unless it's like, I don't know, let's just go to Epcot because it's the best we can do. So if I have to rank Epcot, I won't put it on S tier and I won't put it at A tier. I will honestly put it on B tier. Like, it's a good solid park, but it's not like a park I would go again and again like many of the other Disney parks. So B tier for me. Anyway, Gabriel, would you like to share your thoughts on Epcot? Now, I'm trying my best not to choke on the stream either.
Epcot has changed a lot. It used to be like known as boring Disney park.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's improved. It's added some things here and there that are. And it was, I mean, it's definitely like everybody knows it as like the educational place. Like schools always take students to.
Especially since you were one of them, Gabriel.
Which I understand why, because there's different cultures, different stuff like stuff about the Earth and space, cars, and different countries. Like, it's educational, but then there's also the stuff like, well, actually, I get why they did Finding Nemo, because it's still educational because of the
because you're learning about the sea aquatic life,
sea creatures and aquatic life, yeah, which I think was smart.
Mm-hmm.
I like that attraction. It's kind of like the Little Mermaid attraction a little bit, but I personally like the Finding Nemo.
Yeah, besides the Nemo,
I like Finding Nemo more.
Yeah, and the Nemo
movie.
one exists first before the Little Mermaid ride.
I also just love the aquarium. It's like, it's just chill. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
To look at all the animals, there's lots of space, and they have some of the sea creatures from Finding Nemo movie.
Literally.
So it's like you literally get to meet them, dude. A tank. Not at the dentist though.
Yeah, no in Australia, mate.
But yeah, that ride is pretty wholesome.
It's probably the most nostalgic
chill.
one. The most nostalgic one in the park.
Yeah, it's very nostalgic, just peaceful. I don't know. I really like that attraction. And then now they added the Turtle Talk with Crush. Which
don't ask Crush about if you ate turtle soup. That's been viral by saying don't ask if you eat turtle soup.
But the technology of that is really cool. And there was like, I remember seeing on Instagram how he held like a toy Buzz.
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
holy crap, dude.
Yeah.
How do they do that?
Pixar Easter eggs. Pixar theory.
But I don't know. That edition was really nice. Pretty cool. Good for kids. But I like that. I like that land, the finding new stuff. What else? Soarin'. That I remember getting on as a little kid. I remember
Patrick Warburton.
I don't know, just like the different landscapes and stuff, and it's like going on it again. Nostalgic. It was a nostalgia trip. And as a kid, I didn't realize Patrick Warburton being part of it.
Mm-hmm.
He actually went there in person one time.
He did.
But as a kid, I didn't notice it. Well, then growing up, holy crap, dude, ride is even better now.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's one of those educational rides. They're pretty nice, kind of
Fly in the air.
chill in some sort of way. Just nostalgic. I don't know. But I like it.
It's a classic.
What else? Well, the Moana thing is just a water that you just play with water, I guess. But
Yeah.
that one's new.
Yeah, but you know, it's nice
obviously
to
wasn't
walk
there
around
before.
to take a break from the sun.
Yeah, that's like a place, especially in Florida, that you want to go to like cool off.
Because it gets too hot in here.
I know they added the Ratatouille ride. Never been on it.
Yeah, you haven't been on it, but I did.
What else? Oh, the Three Caballeros. That ride is nice. I like that ride.
Yep.
It's another chill boat ride, but I like the queue. Like you get like the indoor. It's like a restaurant, and you see like the pillar, the pyramid. Sorry, the pyramid.
Yeah, Mexico.
And it looks like Mexico, and then you see all the other stuff that you can shop for, I guess.
Kind of reminds me of Aladdin.
But the interior looks really cool. In that building in the Mexico area, the queue it's simple, but it still feels like you feel the atmosphere of like, yo, I'm in Mexico right now.
It's like half a restaurant, half a gift shop, and half a ride at the same time. Like inside
Yeah,
of
exactly. It's all in one, so you get to see everything. So it's simple, but it's kind of nice. And the attraction itself also is just chill. Just something nice for the kids, I guess. Or if you're just some old abuelita. Yeah. It's nice. I like that, right? What else? I know there's a bunch of others for like the different countries and stuff, but I honestly I've only been the Mexico one.
Yeah, and when it
Or
comes,
not, I mean like attraction wise.
yeah, when it comes to the food, though,
When we ate food, we ate at the American,
yeah, that's the one that you mainly
which was
known
good.
for.
It was a pretty good place.
It is barbecue,
bacon.
booger.
Then you have I think I don't remember a whole lot about the Mission Space one.
I've never been on. The Mission Space one, isn't that like the animatronic ride?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, we did go on that.
Yeah, we went to that one. We just didn't went to the Space Jam one.
That one is
Not the
that's also
Space one.
just an educational one.
Mm-hmm.
Just that one's probably like like it's old. I get it, but it's also
Very old.
boring rides there. So unless you're on a school field trip, just skip that one.
That's literally what it is. Somebody bought their service dog on that ride, for what I remembered from that trip.
All right.
I remember that happened,
Dogs can
Gabriel.
learn too. Test track. Car you design, it's just part of your imagination, but it's still cool that you get to design your car. I had a lot of fun with that. And then the ride itself, super fun. Like you're driving a super fast car. It's awesome. I like that ride.
Let me get
And then the best ride right now there at Epcot, Guardians of the Galaxy. That ride, I remember when we went there, we had to do like an online
5 hours for 5 hours.
And it was a 5-hour. Well, we weren't in line for 5 hours, but
we had to wait.
The online queue, access. You get the app, and then you're kind of like, it's almost like pre-ordering tickets.
Literally,
I don't know.
Just for an indoor roller coaster.
You have to queue up on the app, then you wait till the queue is ready to open, so that you go on the. And it took 5 hours for it to open.
That's why we
had to wait 5 hours. Go to the Guardians.
Literally, so that's why I documented in the vlog that we literally have to do other things around the park. I remember what was the last ride. Maybe it was maybe it was Three Caballeros, and then after that it's like, oh great, we can go to Guardians now. I think, for what I remember.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. But yeah, Guardians. That is the best attraction in the whole park right now.
The only Marvel ride.
Because of the queue, you get to listen to music, and you also see like the props, and there's a part in the queue where you look at all of Xandar.
Yeah. And then literally
say Millennium Falcon.
And then you see Terry Crews.
Humans.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's gonna make
and then you see I think you see like snippets of clips from the first movie.
I believe so.
I think it's kind of like stuff to like, oh, this is this character and this information, like Gamora or
the Nova Corps
stuff
chick.
like that, like character. Because it was kind of like in the movie, the first movie, where they're like going through their profiles and stuff.
Because you can easily tell
you see that in the queue.
Because you can easily tell this ride takes place after the first movie, especially from Groot's design.
Yeah, this is based more off the first movie. And I was gonna say the Milano. You see the Milano.
Oh yeah,
queue looks really cool. Oh, and outside of the building, there's like a giant statue of the Milano.
Yeah, I remember that.
I think it's the.
Yeah, it is. And then you get to see the park
get to take a picture in front of it.
The Nova Corps park as well.
Yeah, you get to take a picture with that. Well, that's outside, and then the inside you see the little decorations and props and stuff. It was, obviously, as expected, it was a long wait, but it's worth it. Totally worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, it's kind of like Space Mountain, cause space. But just more upgraded, more modern. And the song choices they choose before the ride starts is always very random. So obviously you're not going to get the same song every time. It's going to be random, and I think that's smart because it makes people want to get on the ride over again to get a different song each time.
Yeah, which for
but
us,
the songs they play always it makes the ride better. It makes the ride a lot more fun.
It just fits the tone of the Guardians.
I don't know. It just it fits the tone of Guardians. The ride itself is fun. You get to see like the Celestials and stuff. You get to hear the lines of the characters. You get to see the characters. And while listening to music, so it's a lot of fun. My favorite
out
ride
of
there.
Playlist.
Yeah. So overall, Epcot is it definitely improved from years back when we were little kids because it was definitely a lot more boring back then.
It was.
Now it's a little bit better. I think it's it's okay. Okay, park.
Okay.
Just another one of those parks to go with like family, cool trip. I'd probably put it at. I guess B is fine.
No, I'd just say B. Like, it's not like too average because at least some of the things, like some of the rides, like Guardians is cool. Some of the aesthetics is cool, but I won't like put it as high as Magic Kingdom, so I will put it on B. Alright, somebody puts, if I go back to Epcot, I would go to Ratatouille or Guardians. Yeah, I would say, despite they're like the new... Yeah, since those are like the newer rides at the park, I would recommend to go to both of them, but I would easily say Guardians. First time, because like I said, Chris Pratt is literally in 2 theme park queues. Guardians at Disney, and then Jurassic World at Universal's Islands of Adventure. So, yeah, pretty much favorite ranking. Now, Hollywood Studios, that's my favorite. So, okay, Hollywood Studios. I mean, I will say this, despite this is Disney's, Disney's version of Hollywood, but you know what? I would say Hollywood Studios is easily better than Epcot. And I would say, I feel like out of all the 4 Disney parks in the game, we just talked about this, like Magic Kingdom and Epcot is definitely more target for families. Hollywood Studios feels like probably, this is just a debate, probably the only Disney park that you would feel comfortable to bring friends around your time because, well, for anyone who's a big fan of Star Wars, go right ahead to go to the Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. And then for me, my favorite land area, which I had made a vlog about it in the past, I love Toy Story Land. So the reason why, because yes, I am biased because I do love Toy Story growing up, and for me, I was not expected to see Toy Story Land's alive. And the best thing about going to Toy Story Land in Hollywood Studios, because number one, it feels like you are part of the world. I mean, the one thing I was jealous about Disneyland in California, they have a Cars themed land. I'm like, oh man, well, how come we can't have any of that? So literally, me and Gabriel went to Toy Story Land. We never went to the Woody's restaurant, but it was pretty expensive. But the Slinky Dog ride definitely was a fun blast. The best thing, okay, the one thing I will give credit to Toy Story Land, I will give them the credit for actually putting umbrellas on top because, we live in the state of Florida, which, unfortunately, for some of the Universal theme parks, they don't put shades in some of the rides. So I will give Toy Story Land for that. And even though I like that they update the character models from Woody, Buzz, and Jessie to look more accurate, where Woody does not look like a discount Jake Gyllenhaal. And even though Toy Story Mania was a ride that already exists in Hollywood Studios, but I feel like it was smart to move that ride for Toy Story to get their own theme land. Like, I kid you not, for Toy Story 4, literally Tom Hanks, Tim Allen, and Keanu Reeves was literally there at the park just to promote, which I think Tim Allen, the voice of Buzz Lightyear, was literally there on day 1 for Hollywood Studios. And the best thing about it is, I'm like, okay, hear me out, guys. I feel like the actors for Toy Story 5 are just going to come back to do some press tour junkets for Toy Story 5. But I would say, as a land, Toy Story is my favorite. It's one of those lands that is so good on both daytime and the nighttime. I mean, nighttime definitely looks the best when it comes to, the lighting and the aesthetics, but when it comes to the rides, the Slinky Dog ride is easily the best one. I remember me and Gabriel were literally just saying, you got a friend in me. The best part is my family got late night pass, so we got the popcorn. Yeah, the Mickey Mouse ice cream bars. I mean, they're all around the parks, but they're at its best at Hollywood Studios. So clearly, there's so much to offer. And even though the Slinky Dog Dash ride was fun, but the Toy Story Mania one, despite the lines are very long for that ride, but I really love the queue. Especially they still kept the Mr. Potato Head animatronic, and every time we think of Mr. Potato Head, it's like, hey yo, Steve Harvey, and then Gabriel makes this one joke, Steve Harvey saying, kill! And then, literally, we just got ready for the 3D glasses, and it was kind of nice where not only this used to be a ride, literally of itself on the Pixar area, it definitely reminds me that, I'm pretty sure Gabriel might remember this, there's literally a Wii video game based on Toy Story Mania, so I kind of got a little bit nostalgic vibes for that whenever we use all the toys. And, Disney's a bit more, more open-minded. Yeah, I remember that, so it kind of gave me flashback memories to that. So I definitely say, in terms of the colors and the theming, wow, Toy Story Land, especially with Toy Story Mania, including the gift shop. I also like the gift shop at the end that's mainly just Woody's Roundup. And literally throughout the land, you hear all the iconic theme songs from You Got It, Friend and Me, Strange Things, When Somebody Loves Me, We Belong Together. You get to hear the iconic songs. I kid you not. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, Gabriel. I think there was one time I hear the Buzz Lightyear theme song.
Yeah, they played it a little bit.
I could have swore they played it in the Slinky Dog Dash ride. I mean, the first time I've been on the ride was 2021 with my uncle, but dude, the nighttime showings. Funny, DJ Khaled was literally there, standing next to Buzz Lightyear saying, hey, yo, we could have just played golf with DJ Khaled if that was the case, man. But yeah, outside of that, not only does the land theme is pretty cool, I think there's one moment in the video, which I'm about to see right now, Woody's Lunchbox. It was like the only serviceable restaurant we could go to, but for me, I was hankering over the food that they were serving. Like, I think I had, yeah, I'm looking at the video right now. Gabriel had like the tater tots. He has the alien slushies. I think I also had the tater tots as well because I'm like, ooh, cheese, bacon. And I think I literally have like this Toy Story Pop-Tart like treat that was basically strawberry. And I'm not going to talk about this story, but there's one time, literally in this table, me and Gabriel just talked to some fine shawties, or should I say, two Barbie girls, literally like in this table. It's more like, all right, time to put some Toy Story Riz on them. But yeah, that was like an interesting story that literally happened around this time. Some two hot girls were like sitting right next to us. We were just talking about the Disney theme parks, and then we asked for their socials, and they never responded to us ever again. But yeah, all joking aside, I feel like as cool as the Woody's Lunchbox is cool, you want to know what they should have done? They should have done Pizza Planet, but make it Buzz Lightyear theme, and I think that would make the most sense. I think I literally saw Toy Story 5 as a sponsor with Papa John's, even though as much as I like the Woody's Lunchbox, but the Buzz Lightyear Pizza Planet would have made the most sense, since, you know, that's the iconic food product placement in the Toy Story movies, especially with the Pizza Planet truck. And then, can you hook me up one of the Barbie girls? I mean, no. But what's that one scene for Toy Story 2? I'm a Mary Spud. Make room for the singles, fellas. The reason why I mentioned Barbie chicks, because, first of all, these two chicks on our table were so dolled up, but they're not featured in the video because you want to respect people's privacy. But it reminds me of that one scene from Toy Story 2. I'm a Mary Spud. Make room for the singles, fellas. Yeah, that was such an interesting moment that me and Gabriel had literally when we were sitting at table. So thank you, Uncle Jonathan, for giving us a chance to like speak to hot chicks. But other than that, I know I'm glazing about Toy Story Land so much, but other things I do like about Hollywood Studios, I don't think it's in this vlog, but I think it's in a separate vlog, which I'm just going to scroll up to other people's comments about Hollywood Studios, which, yeah, somebody put that, yeah, initially it was called MGM Studios, which is why whenever I talk to my family saying, it's not called MGM Studios anymore, it's now Hollywood Studios. So, either way, let me just read the earlier comments. So, never been to Fun Spot or LegoLand, but I've been to Busch Gardens. I remember as a kid I went to MGM Studios. Alright, that's what I remembered. Let me just see. I was there with Muppet Vision 3D, Runaway Railroads. I want to talk about that ride. The Millennium Falcon ride, the Rise of Resistance ride. The only ride that you mentioned that I have not been on is the Millennium Falcon ride. And I actually tried to want to go there, but Rise of the Resistance so long. But I'll talk about the Star Wars stuff soon, but I do want to talk about some other rides. Which, for any Muppets fans, RIP in the chat for Muppet Vision 3D, which I kid you not, guys, I tried to convince Gabriel, I tried to convince my uncle by saying, hey, can we go to Muppet Vision 3D one last time? Because literally it was like the last attraction that Jim Henson was involved with before he sadly passed away. And it's kind of sad. I mean, it's cool that we're getting a new Muppets ride. I think it's replacing the Aerosmith roller coaster, which unfortunately Gabriel never been to the Aerosmith roller coaster, but for what I've heard about the upcoming Muppets Electric Mayhem roller coaster is, okay, I haven't heard any of the songs, but I think they're taking notes from the Guardians of the Galaxy Epcot roller coaster. I think the one song they add is I'm like, okay, that's a good song that they'll choose, but they still will have the Muppet thing. So I'm like, well, good to know that Disney literally is not gives my things. My cousin gave Kylo Ren the flip the bird mill finger every single time. I will say the animatronic of Kylo Ren does look really cool in that ride, but I will talk about Star Wars in a second. So for Mickey's Runaway Railroad, so me and Gabriel never been to that ride at all, but we were just pretty interested by saying, alright, it's more based on the modern era, the Paul Rudd-ish Mickey Mouse era. And the coolest thing is, one, the animation's pretty faithful to those Mickey Mouse modern day shorts, and the way to best describe the ride, it's cool that Goofy is like the conductor on the train, and the best way would describe the ride, it just definitely gives you the vibe of the Mario Kart ride at Epic Universe, where it's colorful, and then you get to see the lighting things. I mean, me and Gabriel mentioned this before, where it's if we were kids, young kids, this will be the type of ride that we would drag our parents by saying, Mom, Dad, let's go to this ride because we like Mickey Mouse, it's really cool. And I just think the visual colors are pretty nice. I think the one thing that's pretty uncanny is during the time where we fall down to the waterfall, and then we get to see this animatronic Daisy Duck where she's trying to do ballet classes, and then we're literally just doing a dance movement. I feel like the Mickey Mouse Runaway Railroad is very creative, and of course that one song that diehard Disney fans are like, nothing can stop us now, I don't know how, we're gonna make it happen. Because I remember back then, initially, before it was called Hollywood Studios, it was meant to be Mickey Sorcerer Hat, and that was supposed to be the main landmark, but that was mainly gift shop stuff. But then when they replaced it to the Chinese Theater, because, you know, Disney wants to be, like, as faithful to LA and Hollywood Studios as soon as they could, I feel like this was a smart choice, like, make it as a new Mickey Mouse ride. I feel like the line's probably not worth the long wait, but it's nice for a chilling indoor type of ride for what I remembered. But, as for Star Wars, since we're going to talk about this, so even though, personally for me, I prefer the Toy Story Land, which is honestly my biased opinion, but Rise of the Resistance, I mean, I just saw recently on social media that it got really packed on Star Wars, where May the 4th, any Star Wars nerd, geek, fanboy, whatever, grab all their lightsabers and overcrowd the park. So that's why I'm like, well, for me, I don't consider myself as a diehard Star Wars fan. I'm more of a casual, like, yes, I've seen the movies, I've seen a couple of the TV shows, but I don't religiously know the name of each droid or each ship. But either way, the one thing I will agree from diehard Star Wars fans, what they know, it is a bummer that they make it based on the sequel trilogy rather than the original trilogy, which I understand. Those are the ones that Disney, like, produces, and those are, like, the more, quote-unquote, recent Star Wars movies, quote-unquote. But I'm like, you know what? I feel like if you want to please longtime Star Wars fans, that's not just Darth Vader, Chewbacca, and a few of the older characters. I think it would be nice if they have, like, one attraction based on the original trilogy, or just to please the prequel fans, a prequel trilogy. I think it would be nice if we have an Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker type of fight. But I will say this, the Rise of the Resistance ride, I will say this, Rise of the Resistance is honestly the best Disney ride at Hollywood Studios, but the worst part about that ride, dude, I don't hate the queue, I don't hate this part, but I hated the beginning of it. It was just nothing but a boring, dry cave, and the worst thing about it is, Gabriel, you can relate to this, there was no spot to sit. It was, like, very rare to find a good spot. The first half of that ride, I hate that part of the queue so much, but once we get to this part of the queue where we get to the main characters and then we get to inside the space shuttle, which, like, when we went to inside this little space shuttle, it feels like we're in an elevator in a way, like a elevator simulation thing. And honestly, the best part of this ride, the queue definitely got better once when the stormtroopers were outside, and then literally got these, I don't know what's the name of the soldiers, but these soldiers are doing their best to be quote-unquote serious, and I'm like, bro, this is easily a picture or video moment where you get to see all these stormtroopers just lining up. It's more like, bro, despite I hated the first half of the cave queue, this queue right here is worth the price of admission, man. And then literally, I do like the screen where you get to see Kylo Ren and General Hux. So yeah, Rise of the Resistance ranks as the most complex Disney theme park. Yeah, I would say, like Alex said, despite my complaints on the first half of the waning, the ride gets better. Then we got the Rebels coming out. I like that literally in the ride, we get to see like an animatronic face of John Boyega's face. It's more like, and every time I just think of him, I just think of him saying, right, no! Because obviously his character is mostly known for like shouting a lot in the sequel trilogy. But the Kylo Ren animatronic is really cool, which, yeah, if you guys play Star Wars and Fortnite, there's literally a level in Star Wars Fortnite where you can face these, giant walking thingies that, Tom Holland's Spider-Man referenced in Captain America Civil War. You know, the snowy planet with the walking thingies? But yeah, I will say the coolest part of the ride is once when Kylo Ren is trying to come after us, and then after that we escape, and then we hear the iconic Star Wars theme. And I think, I don't know what's the name of the ship, but I think it's like a ship where you go outside of like a pod or something, and then you escape out the way, out of the Death Star equipment, then you literally just go to space, and then you go to like some random planet, and then this alien, which once again, like I said, as a casual like, I'm a casual, so I don't know the names of every single, like, side character. I do know the main ones, because I've seen the movies, but this, Admiral Mark Barr type of creature by saying, congratulations, waited 2 hours for the line. I mean, I don't blame you, because not only it's the best ride, despite I've never been to Millennium Falcon, but I'm like, yeah, this is honestly the best ride, not only in Star Wars, but the best ride at Hollywood Studios generally in period. I mean, it's kind of funny that they still have Star Tours, despite that's like literally the oldest Star Wars ride. And I will be honest, literally when I went to, once when I leave the Galaxy's Edge, the Millennium Falcon was also good, but the one thing I really wanted to taste it for Star Wars, I want to try the Blue Milk, because I know that was a thing in the original Star Wars movie in A New Hope with Skywalker Ranch. I remember when Mark Hamill literally went to Galaxy's Edge, I don't know if it was either Florida, California, but Mark Hamill was like, oh yeah, this tastes a lot better than what I tasted back in 1977, so I'm like, yeah, but when I tasted it, I'm like, creamy it is. The Blue Milk was honestly really good. I did not try the Green Milk, which I know that's based on the Last Jedi era. But like I said, as a land, I prefer Toy Story Land more because it's much more simpler and colorful. But I would say Rise of the Resistance, despite I hated the first half of the waiting line, but the rest of it was really cool. The one thing I would hope to like wish to go on next time is Millennium Falcon, which I know I won't say you're like exactly in control, but the coolest thing about Rise of the Resistance is like literally you go from like one place to another. The only attraction that I've not been on for my best recent memory for Hollywood Studios is no, it's not Sully's Blood. I mean, Gabriel was the one that drank the Sully slushy at Magic Kingdom. But either way, the one, okay, I don't know if I want to count this as a ride, but I do remember that there's like this Lightning McQueen show, which I do think, I think that Lightning McQueen show takes place with, in the continuity of Cars 3 for what I've remembered. And correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I think, because I haven't been to Hollywood Studios since, as I'm looking at this channel, since 2024. I heard that they add like a villains live show where it has like all the classic Disney villains from Maleficent, Cruella de Vil. So I'm like, is that like a new thing they add in Hollywood Studios? But either way, I will talk about the live shows, which I will say, I think Hollywood Studios has the best live shows, and not just in any Disney theme park, but any live show in a theme park period for Hollywood Studios. But before I talk about Hollywood Studios, so I talked about Toy Story, I talked a little bit about Muppets and Star Wars and the Mickey Mouse Runaway Railroad. There's only one ride that Gabriel never been on, but we finally went on it, but it's supposedly like the ride that's based on this iconic movie, which, Gabriel, correct me if I'm wrong, there's like one time where Disney was going to make a Twilight Zone of Terror type of ride, and they were going to make a movie based on Scarlett Johansson. I'm like, hey, yo, that's peak cinema for you, bro. But either way, the ride itself, Twilight Zone of Terror, yeah, it does tickle your cojones a lot. Like, first of all, the aesthetics is pretty nice. You get to see Twilight Zone type of segments literally in black and white. But the funniest thing is, whenever we get on the ride, when we get to like these spooky paranormal type of ghost type of stories, the funniest thing is, it's like literally when we go up and down the elevator, because you know the most iconic thing about the ride is you go up and down and just go all the ways, and then I'm like, this ride is tickling my balls, and then I'm like, I'm so glad to be a virgin, I regret nothing, and then literally it's just us screaming, and then obviously from what you expect from a Disney ride, they're just going to take the pictures. Literally outside the light night, I was like, literally, help me, I'm about to fall. Okay, head off to focus on projects. Alright, good to see you, Ethan. Nice to know, stop by in the chat. But yeah, that ride was just so bouncy and intense. It's more like, bro, I did not see that coming. But I will be honest, I did not went to this ride when I was a kid, but at the exact same time, it was honestly worth going to it as a grown adult, despite it was kind of weird just to go up and down with the elevators. So we need a new Cars theaters. Yeah, not referring to Disney Junior. Yeah, you know, like kind of like Cars on the Road in that sense. But there's one last thing I forgot about Hollywood Studios. Okay, when it comes to the holidays, I feel like Hollywood Studios does the best when it comes to Christmas, which I think they call it Jollywood Nights, which, no joke, Kermit the Frog and Miss Piggy actually make appearances in that park, so I'm like, that's honestly pretty cool. But I feel like I feel like the biggest strength for Hollywood Studios, aside from the rides, I think Disney's Hollywood Studios literally has the best live shows. For me, I have not seen every single one of them, but I've seen the Indiana Jones live show, which I know there's a common joke about Indiana Jones being run over by a boulder, and then you got the Frozen live show. Even though Frozen's not my cup of tea, but there are some funny moments where I think some guy in the Frozen live show by saying, what? The parents die? What is this, Bambi? Or The Lion King? Or Finding Nemo? Or Tarzan? Or Coco? And it's like, but wait, but the parents are alive in Coco, and then he whispers, everybody else was dead in Coco. I'm like, hey, he's not wrong, though. That's part of the whole dead parent trope when it comes to Disney movies. But other than that, the best live show, not just for Disney, but probably the best live show, period, is easily Fantasmic. Like, if you're going to end off your night at Hollywood Studios, I would highly recommend going to this live show right here, because not only you get to see Mickey Mouse doing his usual Disney magic literally at the end. I mean, literally in this footage right here as we're looking right now, the music score is so iconic. Like, even as a kid, I get chills listening to it of dun 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 dun. But I know the California version is honestly quite similar. Never saw Fantastic. Like I said, if you go next time, this is the perfect finale. If you have to end off your night for Hollywood Studios, this is the best live show ever. Not only for Disney, but for a theme park, because this show is a love letter to everything Disney. Not just for Mickey Mouse, but you get the spectacle, you get the iconic Fantasia, dun, 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 dun. And the best thing about this updated version is I think in the original version it was only just a Pocahontas live show, but thanks to this updated version, I think maybe it's because of COVID, you literally got some multiple Disney characters showing up in the middle segment. Like when you got the jungle, you got my boy Rafiki from Lion King, you got and then literally we just go, yeah, there's Rafiki from Lion King, and then it goes straight to playing instrumental covers of all Disney songs from Jungle Book to Snow White to Beauty and the Beast. And then they actually add a few of the modern Disney movies such as Frozen, and yes, they had to put Encanto there, despite that movie came out like, 2021? It was a big hit around that time. And yeah, Little Mermaid has their own song segments. But like I said, this is the update change. After when you get to see the giant humpback whale from Pinocchio where it drowns Mickey, I like that all the main Disney characters are all part of the plot instead of just like Mickey being the mainline story. And in my mind, I was like, dude, why? Like in my mind, it's like, Disney, why you can't make this as a, like, this should have been a movie, man. Like Mickey having his crossover but facing all the villains of magic, and bro, you got my goat Tarzan onto the list. I'm like, dude, this is peak. And what's even more peak is like, literally you got all Disney guest stars. You got, the Mulan segment where they go, be a man, we on the street on a causing river, be a man. I heard there's Lion King Festival. And then, there was at Magic Kingdom, but we'll get to the Lion King show later, Animal Kingdom. But this Mulan segment was cool, but also the Aladdin segment where you get to see Aladdin doing his parkour stunt, singing one jump ahead of broad lines. I'm like, you know what? Aladdin makes most sense for a stunt show because obviously he's a street rat, mostly known for the parkour. And then after that, you get to the Disney Princess segment. I think you got Elsa from Frozen, and then you got Moana because obviously water, so it does make the most sense. And then after that, you get to the sappy, romantic love stories of the Disney couples of Belle and Beast, Ariel and Eric, and then you got Snow White. And then this is where the show gets really interesting. It's not the romance, it's the villains. When the villains have their time to shine, the main villain is the evil queen for Snow White, but it's not Gal Gadot. It's poor actor where she goes, magic me on the wall, are you, yes or no? The best thing about it is you get to see all your fan favorite classic Disney villains all at once. You got Ursula from The Little Mermaid, you got Cruella from 101 Dalmatians, you got Scar from The Lion King, you got, I forgot what's his name, the villain from Hunchback of Notre Dame that sings Hellfire, yeah, that guy's also in it, but Jafar from Aladdin. To my surprise, Jafar gets his own segment of his own, which you got the original voice actor, and I like that literally in this segment, you got a recreation of the Magic Carpet Escape from the Cave of Wonders, but instead of Aladdin, it's Mickey Mouse. And speaking of which, this is honestly one of the coolest moments where we get to see Jafar turning into a giant cobra snake, literally from the original movie, and then you got Mickey Mouse literally trying to stop Jafar. He's like, oh look, a magic lamp, I should rub my hands. Don't get me started with Snow White 2025. Yeah, that movie was terrible. And then you got a cameo from Hades, and then, bro, the stakes were so high once when Maleficent from Sleeping Beauty turns to a giant dragon. Yeah, literally in this moment right here, when you have all the villains laughing for him like, oh, imagination, that's terrible. And then literally you got the dragon playing on the fiery beast, and then you got Mickey Mouse being the Walt Disney savior himself, and he's like, oh, you think you're so powerful then? This is my dream. And I'm just muting the music because I don't want to get copyrighted, but bro, when Mickey Mouse was just aura forming of grabbing a sword and then literally using his powers to stop the fire, it's like, bro, it's so peak. And I think it's kind of funny that Mickey Mouse used a magic sword to literally, I guess you could say, quote-unquote, kill all the villains, and they all just get electrocuted for no reason, and then all the quote-unquote Disney villains, quote-unquote, die, whatnot. And then after that, bro, it gets a lot better when you get to see this iconic moment where Mickey Mouse is on the Steamboat Willie boat ride, and then you get to see all of your favorite Disney characters from Chip and Dale, Donald Duck, Pinocchio. I think there's one funny moment where Dopey falls down on Goofy, and Gabe, remember we made this one by saying, Dopey, no! Literally, I just thought of that moment when we saw that video.
Dopey, no!
Yeah, and we're literally seeing Dopey right now next to Ariel, and yo, Mary Poppins, I'm a Mary Poppins, y'all. Bro, I think Rafiki should have been on that land, but you got all the main characters, and then, bro, this moment right here is a 10 out of 10. You want to know what makes it better? The perfect cherry on top is once when Mickey Mouse disappeared onto the boat. This is like Avengers Endgame level of applause right here. So after when Mickey disappears on the boat, he's on his iconic sorcerer outfit, literally on top of the Rocky Mountain. Dun 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 dun. Literally recreating your childhood magic. Literally put the fireworks, and I'm like, but to me, my mind is I'm like Shia LaBeouf, just it's like, bro, not just peak Disney, but peak live show entertainment. So I'm like, look, the Magic Kingdom Cinderella Castle is nice, but this is a true love letter to old classic Disney and Disney at the end. And then literally, I think this is a funny moment. Once when Mickey Mouse goes down, like in my mind, when I was a kid, when I saw this when I was a kid, I'm like, Mom, is Mickey Mouse dead? Because he just explodes out of nowhere and he's like, saw imagination, and then literally just comes back out of the stage, and I'm like, dude, that was the best way to end off the night for Hollywood Studios. So I'm probably going to be like overglazing at the point. So I would say Hollywood Studios as a theme park, definitely a huge improvement over Epcot in my opinion. Since, you know, Hollywood Studios, I feel like Hollywood Studios, just like Magic Kingdom, it has the best balance of like, you know, being entertaining, but also have its unique immersive rides, mainly Toy Story Land and what is it, Star Wars? Okay, I almost forgot one last area, and it's like the Disney animation area, which, you know, it's mainly made for the younger kids, which right now it's called Disney Junior, but when I was a kid, it was called Playhouse Disney. When I was a kid, it was like a puppet show of Mickey Mouse Clubhouse, Bear in the Big Blue House, Stanley. But I think recently they just updated it to make it Spidey and his amazing friends. We get to see Spider-Man Jr. and his buddies to take down Goblin Jr., where he doesn't cry. And, you know, that's like another Marvel/Disney property they can allow for 5-year-old kids. But like I said, that's mostly made for the younger viewers, but it is what it is. Little Mermaid live show, I saw it, but I did not see, like, the new version that's, like, being made. But other than that, I know I'm going to be, like, overpraised at this point. I think Hollywood Studios is easily an S tier on my book. I would say Hollywood Studios is, like, better than Magic Kingdom for my, like, especially when you're older. I personally say it's a lot better than Magic Kingdom, despite Magic Kingdom, because I did say that Magic Kingdom is like, you know, the ultimate Disney experience, but I feel like Hollywood Studios is honestly so much better in my opinion. But I don't know, that's just me. So that being said, S tier for Hollywood Studios.
In New York.
I thought you said in the jungle. Like, wait, we're not doing Animal Kingdom next.
Oh, yeah, Hollywood Studios. I think this is the Disney park to go to. If you're an adult
with friends.
Going with some friends, whoever. Obviously you got Star Wars stuff, which is really mostly why people go there is for Star Wars. It gets packed on May the 4th.
Especially, yeah, very recently on May the 4th.
But it's really cool. It's a cool place. You get to have, like, certain foods and drinks kind of inspired by the movies. Blue milk.
Yeah, Toy Story lunchbox.
You get to customize and make your own saber, except they're, like, $200 because, you know, bro. Disney. If I was rich, sure, I'd totally do it. But $200, dude, I pay less for a doctor bill.
Literally,
like, that is ridiculous.
Come on, Disney, don't be that scummy.
But they are really cool. They're, I don't know. 200 is much, but they're totally worth getting. Like, if you can afford it, they're really cool. You have the attraction. They have some of the, like, shows where the characters come out, and they're pretty cool. Like, very interactive. Then you have the main ride there, Rise of the Resistance. The queue is boring, but the ride itself is really good. Good technology. The guards that, like, take you in are very in character. It feels like you're actually in the world of Star Wars, or like getting taken by the Empire. And then you see, like, all the stormtroopers lined up. You enter. It's really cool. It's really cool. And there's two parts. So there's a part where you enter, like, the ship thing, and then you see this alien dude.
Yeah, I forgot his name, but we know this,
driving the ship.
This Admiral Aardvar type of character.
Yeah. See him, then you get out, and then get led by the guards and stormtrooper, get in line, and when I say like the guards are very in character, they're like, get in line, no, get in that line, blah, blah, like mean. So just be prepared for that if you ever go.
Yeah,
They're
it will be
in
very
character.
long.
But it is a long queue. It's a boring queue, in all honesty. So
I hated it.
The
Worst
part.
queue ever.
But the ride itself is good. It is worth waiting for, but it is exhausting. The technology of like the animatronics are pretty good, pretty well done. Obviously, it's a good ride. That's definitely a really good ride.
Yeah. Best Star Wars
Millennium
ride
Falcon,
ever.
I have never been on it.
Neither have I.
Personally, but it's it's iconic. Millennium Falcon. A lot of people go just to take pictures in front of it.
For sure. It's the most
It's still
iconic.
pretty nice to have it there.
It's the most iconic landmark in the park.
And then you see, like, in the land, you get to meet some of the characters. Like, we went there, we saw Rey. Sometimes you get to see Kylo Ren. I remember there were Cooper.
Every time.
It was when I remember Daniel was ordering milk or something.
Yeah, it was blue milk.
Behind us, I saw stormtroopers on the top.
Move along.
So that was
Move
pretty
along.
cool. But yeah, it's really cool. Whether you're a Star Wars fan or not, I mean, you're gonna love Star Wars fan, but even if you're not, pretty cool place, cool ride, rides.
Smooth ride.
And then Toy Story Land, a lot of fun. Blinky Dog Dash, super fun ride. I love the queue. Get to see like drawing, decoration, props. Like it's like you're literally in a toy box or something.
Toy Story 3, the video game?
So it's yeah, dude. It's a nice queue. Feels very fitting to Toy Story. And then the ride itself, obviously, the roller coaster, fun because you hear some music, and then I love the ending of the easy. You got a friend.
Every time when the ride ends.
That's probably my favorite part of the ride is the ending.
Yeah, Toy Story 2 flashbacks.
Just to end up being wheezy at the end is always fun. But that ride is fun. Toy Story Mania, I love that ride also.
Yeah, love the
just like the Wii game, but real life.
Yeah, but better.
And better, yeah. Kind of like the Buzz ride at Magic Kingdom, Mario Kart at Universal, or kind of like the interactive ride where you shoot stuff
and get points.
The stuff you see on the screen, pretty smooth, pretty well done, and you also get to hear some of the music from the movies. Like I remember being in line. Well, this is mostly in queue. Like we would be in line, and when somebody loved me. So you hear some of the songs from the movie, which is pretty nice. And then the restaurant, which, in terms of, space and having somewhere to sit, it sucks.
Mm-hmm.
But food itself is not bad.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
I would say
it's not the greatest, but it's
but I would say
it's fine.
I would say it's my favorite in the Disney theme parks. I would prefer Hollywood Studios food from Disney.
What else? I was gonna say something, I forgot.
Was it Twilight Zone? Was it Fantasmic or the Mickey Mouse ride?
It was about Toy Story Land, but
okay, Toy Story.
Say.
Because you mentioned the ride.
Oh, also there was the spinning ride. It's like a spinning teacup ride, but it's Buzz.
Yeah.
Centric.
We did not been on it.
Get that one, because kiddie ride.
Yeah. Despite it looks good at night.
It looks kind of nice. It looks nice. It looks good at night.
Yeah, but
I also love the Buzz statue, iconic Buzz statue there.
DJ Khaled.
You get to see some of the characters walk by sometimes. Woody or Jesse or Buzz.
Buzz and the Green Army Man.
Which is nice. Yeah. So, Toy Story Land's a lot of fun place. What else? Tower of Terror, iconic. Probably the most iconic ride.
Probably the
Been there
oldest
for
ride.
years,
Yep.
and it still ages well. It still really ages well. I love the queue, and obviously the ride itself. A lot of fun, and I always have fun because you get to hear like everybody scream when we go down.
Yeah, from the distance.
And we all just start shouting like random stuff, and it's just funny.
Yeah, just be like, I'm a virgin!
Yeah, I don't know. That ride is so much fun. I love Tower of Terror. That ride has still aged well.
Yeah, despite
till this day.
Despite it's literally the oldest ride at Disney. When are you gonna make that movie adaptation with Scarlett Johansson?
I'll be there, front row.
Yeah, we will.
Rock and Roller Coaster, I don't think
Yeah,
been on that.
You haven't been on it, but I've been on it once. It was cool, but now it's being rethemed to Muppets later this month.
Oh, this, ever since we were kids, Fantasmic, super great show. I love that show. That's more of a show I like to watch at night.
At the very end of your day.
Like probably towards the end of the day, I think better to watch towards the end. You want to just sit down and, well, I'm not gonna lie, the seats are uncomfortable, but
yeah, I agree.
The show is great. It's a great show. It's worth watching.
Great finale to that park.
That one time where Mickey was there, and then the fire lit up or something.
Yeah, I know what you're
Mickey
talking
dies
about.
in a fire.
Yeah, so imagination, and then he explodes and dies.
Yeah. But yeah, that show is great. It goes through all like the villains, Disney villains, different movies. I don't know. It's nostalgic. It's really cool. Great show. It might be my favorite Disney show out of all the parks.
Easily, ever, number one.
Totally worth it. What else? Ah, yes. I think this was like the first ride with Ian Minnie Runaway.
It was.
That one, it was a long wait. To be honest, it should not be that long of a wait. Like, the ride was not all that. The ride is definitely for younger people, for little kids. It's based off that one Mickey show.
Yeah,
which I liked. I liked that show. To me, it felt like the Teen Titans Go kind of version of Mickey Mouse.
Or just
I kind of like that show.
Or just Looney Tunes Mickey Mouse.
Like Looney Tunes type thing. It felt like that, so I like that show, and it's pretty cool they made an attraction of it. But
they did.
It should not have taken that long to wait for a ride like that. It was good. Like, it's not a bad ride, but dang, man.
So long.
Yeah, it's decent. It's a decent ride. I like the design of like the theater. It's a tiny theater, so it was pretty cool looking. Theater. But I don't know. It's decent. Star Tours. I don't think I've ever been Star Tours.
It's an old ride, but it definitely gives you the vibes of that one SeaWorld ride. It's kind of the same, but Star Wars theme.
I don't think I mean, I've seen it like on the internet, but I've never seen it in person, the live show. That's also a pretty iconic attraction. Yes, there at the park.
Another old ride,
but I've never seen it live in person. Oh, I do remember the gallery exhibit.
Oh yeah, that was for the art of animation, whatever it was called. Like, that has Walt Disney's face on the.
I mean, a lot of people still go to that to this day. Cause I remember seeing that a long time ago when I was a kid.
Yeah, they don't just do it for animation; they also do it for sneak peek for their upcoming Disney-owned property, like a sneak peek of a Star Wars movie, a Pixar film. They usually just do that, just like keep people getting excited for that, for old content, but for new content.
But yeah, I think those are like main ones talked about. Pretty good. Overall, I would put this. I'll probably put it S, just because I feel like as of today, it's the most enjoyable park to go to.
I agree.
Someone my age, so I'd put it at S.
Yeah, I would say, like, as a theme park as itself, it's definitely, like, I mean, sure, you could bring kids over, but it definitely feels like the less kiddish one for Magic Kingdom, but far miles better than Epcot by comparison. So, either way, now we can...
Also, wait, is this the one where they had the Cars characters show up?
Yes, they do. They do have... Because I remember back then, during the Cars 2 press tour, they had, like, a stunt show before that got removed for some reason. They had Lightning McQueen and Mater, and despite we never went to the Cars live show, but they do have one based on Cars 3, so this is, like, the only...
Yeah, no, because I remember seeing them, like, roll up, and I took a picture with Lightning McQueen.
Oh, man.
When I was a little kid.
Man, you're lucky to, like, take a picture to one of the goats of Pixar, which I wish I was one of those kids.
Yeah, but I remember that now.
Yeah, but...
I saw Mater and Lightning picture with Lightning.
Because this theme park is, like, the closest thing you're ever going to get to Cars content until supposedly Magic Kingdom someday in the future, from what I remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's all for Hollywood Studios. Now for the fourth and final Disney theme park, thankfully, so we can move on to other theme parks. Disney's Animal Kingdom. So for those who are still watching the stream, this is my personal hot take. Sure, it's not, like, the rides are not as good as Hollywood and Magic Kingdom, but as a land, I would take Animal Kingdom over Epcot any day because, look, as a kid, I was obsessed with The Lion King. I was obsessed with any jungle type of movies. I mean, Disney had that with Lion King, Jungle Book, and Brother Bear when I was a young kid. Oh, thank you for the food. Back then, when I was younger, to me, I'm like, oh man, this Africa setting looks really cool. Definitely want to see, like, the real life animal jungles. And by the way, Animal Kingdom, it definitely delivered for what I've wanted from what my childhood fantasy would like to have. I mean, as what you expected, the Tree of Life and the Lion King, beautifully adapted from the fictional movie to up to the big screen. And the other thing I also like about this Animal Kingdom, it literally feels like you are going on, pun intended, literally on an expedition adventure where literally you go from Africa, you go to Asia, I forgot what's the other lands, but formerly it was Dinoland USA, which is basically Disney's bootleg Jurassic Park, but now that recently closed down because it's going to be replaced with South America, aka the Encanto area, which I think what's replacing Dinosaur Ride is Indiana Jones Ride, which I feel like they could have done this in an earlier time. But literally when me and Gabriel went back there in 2023, even though obviously this is not Disney related, but as the Jim Carrey fanboy, I cannot stop quoting Ace Ventura 2 When Nature Calls, where I just go, alrighty then, won't be tuna. And literally the number one spot that I want to go in my Disney World trip for Animal Kingdom, I just wanted to go to Africa because, look, I'm not black, but I will be honest, I was quite interested in the Swahili African culture, mainly because of Lion King, where I get to learn a little bit of Swahili language, like Jobo means hello, and around that time, it used to be called Camp Mickey and Minnie around that time, but unfortunately they decided to change it out to be like more coincidence with Africa. But the coolest thing about the Festival of the Lion King, it may not be as good as Fantastic in my opinion, but for someone that grew up with the original animated movie, yeah, we got a special cameo for my pops. But either way, the best thing about going to Festival of the Lion King, as I'm showing the footage right now, literally you have the audience, like not just the audience, but the crowd is basically encouraging the people to, like, you know, team elephants, team giraffes, lions, definitely not Madagascar. And the funniest thing is, I think there's literally a part in the middle of the show where they allow the kids to, like, play these drum sets or whatnot, and then I'm like, you know what, I'm too shy, I don't want to go. But for me, when I was a kid, I loved Timon, the meerkat, was probably like my favorite character in the original film. Like, hey yo, there's my boy, there's Timon, and then obviously he gets his wacky Daffy Duck type of shenanigans where he goes, bad monkeys, Pumbaa, this stinks. And then literally you got these animatronics of Simba, Pumbaa, a random giraffe, and an elephant. And here's a weird story. When I was a kid, I have this weird phobia of, like, elephant noises kind of scare me for some reason, where it goes, Arr! And then my autistic brain is like, too scary, elephant, please don't squish me. I miss Dinosaur, and it's tough to be a bug. Yeah, before I talk about Dinosaur, I mean, when it's tough to be a bug, it's probably like obviously a ride that's based on the underrated Pixar movie. But some of the reasons why some people did not like that ride because, ew, stink bug is gross. But I remember when I was a kid, I was scared of It's Tough to Be a Bug, mainly because of the spider segment that Hopper was talking about, you know, humans killing bugs, and that did scare me when I was a kid. But the last time I went to that ride is literally on that. Bro got Pixar trailers on the thumbnail. Oh, I'm sorry, Lizard, just because this mobile app does not want to do jack shit talky shit to like put thumbnails in, but I will change it later on. So if you idiots want to complain about it, then just go do your own live streams. But anyway, on topic, I was scared about It's Tough to Be a Bug just because I'm like, ew, spiders are creepy. But then when I went to the ride again, I'm like, huh, the ride's not that bad, including that bug songs at the end. That's pretty nice. But either way, for Zootopia, I have not been to the Zootopia ride, but basically that's what replaced because of animals. But for Lion King, Festival of the Lion King was like easily my jam because number one, it's like the equivalent of Circus Soleil, but with the jam of the monkeys, the Tubbo monkeys, literally doing like this like trapeze type of sigs, and then literally you got the iconic songs from the movie from your Hakuna Matatas, I Just Can't Wait to Be King, Can You Feel the Love Tonight, and then one of my favorite moments that me and Gabriel being so unhinged, where we were just quoting Madagascar jokes by saying, San Diego Giraffe is literally when they're singing The Lion Sleeps Tonight. And every time I think about it, sure, the original animated movie had The Lion Sleeps Tonight, but I'm like, come on, it just reminds me of the gorilla main scene from Ace Ventura 2. And then literally the end just literally has like all the 5 songs. It's literally one of those live shows I'm like, man, I feel like a kid with my nostalgia of liking Lion King in the end. So I would say this. I remember when Gabriel was recording a video, he literally shouted out, peak! And then literally just record the Simba animatronic. And my favorite part at the endings where Timon's like, please get out! And literally just tells everyone just to get outside. But as for the other live show, the Finding Nemo musical, I will be honest, I'm disappointed with the changes that they had last time for Finding Nemo, which, funny thing is Gabe gone? No, I'm talking over the stream, guys. Gabriel's just, like, not ready to speak for his ass. So, for y'all, we're just gonna keep on talking, so, let me speak! That's all I gotta say.
Sorry.
So, yeah, it's like, guys, let me speak. Of course Gabriel's alive. I'm the one that's talking right now. Oh, you guys are idiots. But anyway, let me just talk about Finding Nemo the musical. I remember when I was a kid, literally, it was called Tarzan Rocks, and I will be honest, when I was a kid, I was honestly sad that they replaced Tarzan Rocks with Finding Nemo, which, don't get me wrong, I like Finding Nemo, but it's more like, but bro, it was a concert to see Tarzan and Jane, sexy, fine Jane, and literally these random singers singing all of Phil Collins' iconic songs of You'll Be in My Heart, Son of Man, Son to Show Me. I remember I saw Turk the Gorilla when I was a kid when she approached to me. Yeah, if you did not know this, before Finding Nemo the musical, it was originally called Tarzan Rocks. I was lucky to see it with my mom when I was like maybe 5 years old. But then, like I said before, I was sad that they replaced with Finding Nemo the musical. But ever since when COVID happened, they definitely made some changes to the live show. What I mean by that, the live show is, they basically make it in the same continuity as Finding Dory when it comes to the aquarium, but they made the show a lot more shorter this time. It's like, they cut out some scenes, like the ones that they cut off from this new modern version, they cut off the Just Keep Swimming segment, like literally at the end. I think they also cut off like one segment where you get like all the swordfishes, and then you got the pelican coming out through. I don't know if they still kept the jellyfish segment? Yeah, I think, they did not include the jellyfish segment, but I'm like, well, at least they went back to go with the flow. You know, I'm popping back and forth on stream. I guess I'm on the toilet right now, so good luck, Dwayne, where you gotta do a poop, 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 poop. But I feel like my favorite song in the original musical is the Crutch song where he goes, go in the flow. Because I don't know, it just feels like one of those more true Alien Cooling type of songs. But I feel like the biggest mistake for this new update of Finding Nemo the musical, literally they just cut off the climactic scene where Nemo's trying to like teach Marlin and Dory to like swim together, and they decided to cut that for the runtimes. Like, dude, that did not feel right. But at least the bubbles, that was honestly like pretty cool, like literally at the live show. So clearly not as good as the Lion King show by comparison, but that's decent for anyone who's a fan of Finding Nemo. But as for Dinoland USA, right now, R.I.P. to Dinoland USA, aka that one Zaza dinosaur. When you go smell that Zaza. Bro, every time I see, what's his name, Aladar, I cannot take his face seriously every time I see him at the park. But yeah, sadly, yeah, we go outside and smell that Zaza. Every time I look at that dinosaur, I just can't, man. Well, the worst thing about it is, when I was a kid, I was scared of the dinosaur ride because honestly, I thought there was like a woolly mammoth because, you know, they exist in the Ice Age. But I realized that was not a mammoth making a noise. That was like 5-year-old me being crying saying, yo, scary dinosaurs, I can't take it anymore. But then once when me and Gabriel got to the ride as we got older, it's definitely a dark ride, which makes sense why some people on YouTube would like go on to put like night vision for Animal Kingdom. I will say this, it was cool for what it is, but me and Gabriel can agree on one thing. The animatronics are so outdated, man. Like, some of them were not even functioning. Like, the audio was, I think there's like, what was it? Maybe it was the pterodactyl. That brother was not moving at all. It's more like, bro, you can definitely tell that this ride's definitely going to be, quote-unquote, a sync anytime soon. But I like that Bill Nye the Science Guy was in the audio. So I'm like, hey, yo, it's Bill Nye the Science Guy. But I will be honest, despite this ride was definitely outdated, and sadly it's being replaced with Indiana Jones, even though Indiana Jones is also outdated as well. But you know what? Around that time in 2023, it was nice to know that we get to experience that ride at least one last time. And then after that, they're gone. But the one thing that me and Gabriel like remembers from Dinoland USA is, I'm pretty sure Gabriel remembers this one. So we had the VHS of Animal Kingdom that has Flick from Bug's Life. They play the song of
Everybody want the dinosaur.
Open the door, get on the. I mean, before Ice Age 3, that was both of our introduction to the song. If it weren't for that,
when they played that for the Ice 3 stuff, I was like, holy crap, Disney.
Mm-hmm. And how ironic, Gabriel, because now they own the rights to Ice Age, literally.
Yep.
I think
that was their sign.
Mm-hmm. I think Animal Kingdom did something related to Ice Age for that crappy Buckwald spinoff. I'm like, yeah, that's how you know. I mean, to be fair, since Disney's making another Ice Age movie, like, yeah, I will not be surprised if there's like an Ice Age ride. So that we won't. It'll be so funny if Disney makes an Ice Age ride. Imagine the man animatronic going, yo, from the Germany Ice Age ride. But as for the rides themselves, yeah, Yoshi, it's like, bro, they could have added that song for the Mario Galaxy movie, but instead they play Notorious B.I.G. But either way, I will say Animal Kingdom, the biggest strengths of Animal Kingdom, in my opinion, are definitely the animal wildlife and the live shows. But as for the rides, some are cool, some are not. Like, for instance, the Kilimanjaro Safari one is definitely worth going to just to see the animals itself. But you want to know what's funny, Gabriel? Not too long ago, some grown adult, some grown-ass man got out of the safari jeep just to go take a Waco with his butt cheeks showing out.
What happened? Where?
Literally in the Kilimanjaro Safari ride. It didn't happen in our day, Gabriel, but just recently, a grown man literally got off the safari jeep to go take a Waco with his butt cheeks hanging out.
Bro, he is not Ace Ventura.
Yeah, I was like, bro, I just literally show a clip of Ace Ventura literally coming out the rhino butt, man. Bro, it is so uncanny, man. I feel like my favorite part of the Kilimanjaro Safari ride is like every time we get to hear this African music that goes wah ba oo doo 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 doo. I don't know, it's more like, yeah, Lion King, Madagascar 2, Escape to Africa. But I feel like my favorite segment for the animals is definitely seeing the elefantes, aka the elephants, literally coming out of their way. The lions, okay, I'm pretty sure you guys can relate to this for anyone that goes to these rides. The hardest thing about going to this ride is like the lions are sleeping in the afternoon. Like, the lions are awake. So there's only rare times where you get to watch some YouTube videos where lions actually are waking up, and then you hear them doing the mighty roar where they go ooh 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 ooh, literally straight out of the Lion King. So I'm like, okay, so the lion's awake. I think there's one funny moment that in Animal Kingdom, it wasn't the first time, but I think the second time we went to Kilimanjaro Safari, bro, there's literally a gazelle next to a female lion, and then in my mind I'm like, eat it, eat it, eat it, eat it. Like, literally my mind was saying, yeah, Disney's fun for the whole family, right? I'm like, you know what? As an older person, like, I just want to see an animal get eaten by a lion, and I think that would be fun to, like, see that while the kids are being traumatized from that. It just reminds me of the movie Blended with Adam Sandler. One kid's like, that did not happen in The Lion King. But the giraffes, we see them everywhere. Yeah, it's Melvin. It's Gregory, the giraffe from Toys R Us. They're pretty nice to see. And every time I see the wildebeest, I'm like, holy crap, it's the animals that kills Mufasa. But the funniest thing is, like, I think the last animals that we literally saw was, like, what was it, a goat? And I'm like, what do you know? It's the goat milker, but also the lions pray for what they eat. I think back then, Kilimanjaro Safari used to do this thing where there's like a subplot where a baby elephant gets kidnapped by poachers, and then you get this African guy saying, "That would go to bring the baby back to his mother." So I would say as a ride, it definitely embraces more of the Animal Kingdom stuff. But arguably I'd say the best ride in Animal Kingdom, in my opinion, is easily Expedition Everest. Why is that? Because, bro, it's literally just a giant Yeti breaking off the tracks, freaking Donkey Kong style. And I just find it hilarious that one moment we're like, oh no, the tracks have broken. What are we supposed to do? Superman, Jesus Christ, please help us. And then literally we just go back at Expedition Everest, literally going back. And then after that, there's literally like a shadow of a Yeti coming to break the tracks. And then it kind of reminds me of the SML video where it goes, a Yeti? I think one time I was literally in the track where I just shout out, laugh, laugh, just to quote Trevin on that. And even though it's going to be like a blink you miss it moment, but literally when we went to the Expedition Everest ride, literally we get to see the Yeti up closer, and then literally he was like grabbing his claw out. And I think the one time when me and Gabriel went on the ride, there's like this kid with some dorky glasses. He's like, hey, are you guys YouTubers? I'm like, yeah, we are. He's like, oh, can I be in your video? Sure, why not? Shout outs. And then literally, like when I was recording the video like up in front, I thought I was going to drop the phone. I was like, okay, we get to do that like up on front. See, literally, you get to see the kid right here by saying, yeah, I'm in a YouTube video. So I'm like, yeah, congratulations, kid. But as for the other rides, I feel like Expedition Everest is the best one. But as for the new biggest segment, Avatar Pandora, I will say this. As a land, it's beautiful. Like, for anyone who's like, I don't know, a fan of James Cameron's Avatar movie, sure, this is the land for you. But I would say in terms of the traveling, because I've been traveling forever, there's only one good ride in that land, and that's going to be... It's basically the same technology as Soarin', where you just go up and down. They get to fight with all these blue skin people and Avatar, and they just go from one destination to another. I will admit, the queue is interesting, but the lines, oh boy, the line is just a nightmare, man. It's kind of funny that one of my close friends was literally watching Robots, the Blue Sky movie Robots, and just watched that so then she will not get bored, which I thought that was kind of funny. But either way, the queue's not anything like, you know, my personal favorite, but as when it comes to the ride itself, I would say this. It's kind of funny that we have like this VR headset and then we're riding on a motorcycle just to ride with these. I don't know what's the name of these creatures because I haven't seen the movies in a while. I think they're called Banshees. Yeah, dinosaur bluebirds. That's what they're called. I do say the virtual reality is like pretty nice, but it's definitely not a ride I would go back again and again because the lines are so long. I think the experience is worth going at least once, but not like multiple times. However, when it comes to the food, even though the food is not my favorite at Animal Kingdom, but I will say this, I went to the Pandora ride where me and Gabriel went on to, and for me, I'm like, what do you know, I'm about to eat blue spaghetti, I'm about to eat Mr. Fantastic from Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness, and I will be honest, it was like literally the most expensive, but the most healthiest food I tasted by saying, bro, the blue spaghetti and the fruits and everything, this is what I need in the state of Florida. So I say that was pretty good. One time me and Gabriel actually got the dough up because I'm like, yeah, pretty popular at Disney. I even taste like this blue mouse type of cake. And then my uncle take like burger, dumplings or something, but he wasn't too impressed by it. So I would say this, the restaurant, easily worth it just for the Pandora area for itself. But the one ride that's definitely not worth your time wasting, it's easily the boat ride. It's like, bro, why would you want to stand for like 1-2 hours in line? I mean, sure, the boat ride is visually cool to see, like at night and with the animatronics, but that being said, it is not worth your time standing in line for just a short ride that's just an indoor dark ride. And easily when it comes to indoor dark rides, Epic Universe does a much better job when it comes to, I mean, sure, Animal Kingdom has one animatronic, but I'm like, nah, Epic Universe does a much better job with their monster ride, including Toothless and Isle of Berk with Dragons and Mario. So I will say this, like, as a land, sure, Pandora's cool to visit, but for the rides, only one ride is worth visiting, but everything else, not really. The food, that's only depends if your budget can get it. But I almost forgot to bring this up. Like, literally Animal Kingdom, it kind of sucks that they don't do it anymore, but Gabe, I bet you remember they used to do Mickey's Jamming Jungle Parade, and then back then, they used to play a lot of random songs where, like, for Goofy, they play this one song from Rio, oh, Mario, and the Goofy goes, Moscanada. And for me, I never met Timon in person, but I'm like, hey, yo, that's my goat Timon, literally in the Lion King, I want to say hi to him. And then literally after that, they closed down the parade for some reason, which I feel like that was a big mistake that Animal Kingdom does. I bet they did that on purpose because I'm like, yeah, let's put the characters from Pixar's up. Let's add Kevin, Russell, Doug the dog, and just add that in. And I almost forgot, one last ride I forgot to bring up. Me and Gabriel did not went on it, like, not on our recent Animal Kingdom trips, but we went to, like, Rally River Rabbits, I think that's the name. and literally it's just like another boat wet ride. I'll say this: it's not like my favorite wet ride at Animal Kingdom. Like probably not my favorite wet ride. I say my favorite wet ride is Splash Mountain at Magic Kingdom. But I would say it's like, you know, definitely more something to like go on if it's not like closed down. But either way, in conclusion, I feel like Animal Kingdom has the weakest holiday events because they don't really get to do much around Christmas, just like a Christmas tree and random polar bear because, yeah, animals. And that's literally about it. You don't really get to do much throughout the holidays. And I feel like one of the biggest weaknesses for Animal Kingdom, because I understand that you have to close the park very soon because of the animals, but the only live show you'll ever get is basically just a Tree of Life show, but it's nothing as cool compared to what Magic Kingdom or what Hollywood Studios has by comparison. But I will say this, like Animal Kingdom, it's definitely a park that you have to go like very early, very soon, early in the day, because if you don't go up early, because this park definitely closes sooner compared to like all the other theme parks, so I'm like, yeah, I definitely recommend that you should definitely go to Animal Kingdom a lot more sooner. So the downside is, yeah, there's not enough rides, but definitely the landscape as a whole is like, yeah, the animals are cool, the Lion King show is peak, and the foods are decent for what they are, but the landscape definitely gives you like this adventure moment. But easily I would say Expedition Everest is like, in my personal opinion, the best ride at Animal Kingdom. It definitely holds up to this day. Sure, it may be spooky to little kids because of the Yeti. So if I had to give a ranking for Animal Kingdom, yeah, for my nostalgia, and I'm going to be biased on this, I'm not giving Animal Kingdom an S tier compared to Magic and Hollywood as a theme park, but I already said before that it's better than Epcot, in my opinion. Like, if you would have asked me between Epcot or Animal Kingdom, I would choose Animal Kingdom over Epcot either day, but I won't say it's better than Hollywood or Magic when it comes to, like, Disney parks. But like I said, I'm a sucker for animals, I'm a sucker for Africa and Lion King, so I'll put Animal Kingdom on A tier for my book. But yeah, Gabriel, you're up for the final Disney theme park.
Alright. Animal Kingdom. I still really like Animal Kingdom. I like the safari ride, or well, I don't know if I'd call it a ride, but it's a safari. You get to just chill in the Jeep tour, look at all the animals, like one of those things you go to after you eat something, want to chill. I don't know, I like it. I like looking at the animal stuff.
Nostalgia.
See, oh, I like the parts of Animal Kingdom that are like the Gorilla Falls exploration.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
We get to see little gorillas, some bows, stuff like that.
Tarzan?
Yeah, get to meet Tarzan in there.
Gorillas!
And there's different trails, for like different types of animals, so like there's the African animals, and then there's the ones from Asia, like
the tiger
stuff.
Yeah, the dragons, the tigers, and the bats.
Yeah, like there's a bunch of different animals and it just feels like a zoo. So it's like I like that part of Animal, because it's called Animal Kingdom. Yeah. And then obviously, kind of like, I mean, honestly, every Disney park has this where they have like the main center building kind of thing. Like Epcot has the ball, Magic Kingdom has Bella's Castle, and then Animal Kingdom has the tree.
The Tree of Life.
Yeah, the Kiss of Life. But yeah, it's always nice to look at when you enter the park. It's nice to take pictures in front of. I think it's not like Animal Kingdom is obviously not bad looking at night, especially I would say like the Avatar place is the best place to go to at night. Everything else, I think overall Animal Kingdom is a lot better during the day.
Because you barely can't spend a time at night.
Majority of the time, because Animal Kingdom closes pretty early.
Very soon.
For the animal's sake. Which is probably like, I mean, it's understandable. I'm not complaining. It's like the side early. But it's fine, you know. You carry the animal. Yeah, the Avatar place. That one, I'm not like a huge Avatar fan. I like the first movie because it's the only one I've ever seen.
Mhm.
But it's not a bad movie. I like Avatar. I'm not an Avatar fan.
Yeah, because it's kind of overrated.
Like, but it's good. I don't mind this land. I think it looks really nice. I think it's the best looking land in the whole park, especially at night.
Mhm.
I think it also has the best restaurant.
Agreed.
We went to get food from, and it was really dang good.
Blue food.
But the queue to Flight of Passage, that really great ride. The queue to that is really good. The part where you like stand and it scans you as a I don't know what the blue dudes, the blue creatures. You
Yeah.
turn into one of them for a little bit.
Blue Native American elves, I guess. I don't know the name.
Yeah, dude. That part was pretty cool. You get to see like the laboratory and experiments and all that, and the queue. Like the queue is really nice. The ride itself, pretty fun. It's a shame that it's short. Compared to how long you have to wait in line. A long time in line, but then the ride itself is kind of short. But it's still worth the wait. I would say like it's still nice. You get to, if it's a hot day, which majority of the time it is, you get to feel refreshed because you get like a little bit of water, raid, certain parts, also the AC, the breeze. Like it's refreshing. It's a nice ride to look at, nice ride to get on, pretty good. The boat ride, that is, it's not bad, but it is not worth that long of a wait. Like we had to wait like
An
50
hour.
minutes or an hour or something like
No, it was
that.
like an
It is
hour.
not worth that. It's not worth that long. It's not.
Mm-mm.
Don't. If you see that boat ride is like an hour long, something,
Skip it.
just don't. Just skip it. To be honest, if it's like 30 minutes, that's the max. That is the max. You should wait, because it's not worth it. It's a waste of time. But it's okay. It's okay. Just a regular boat ride. Expedition Everest. That is my favorite ride out of the whole park.
Easily.
The design of mountain, the queue where it feels like you're like one of those explorers, kind of just like researching and discovering the Yeti and stuff that lurks around the mountains and stuff. You're like an explorer, and it's a nice setting. It makes you feel part of it. The ride itself is really fun. I know you got to see, like the animatronic move and stuff a long time ago because it is an old, but now it's kind of not working. But even still, it's really cool. Like how it goes backward. Like that's the best part of where it goes back a little bit. And then you see like the broken rail, and you're like, "Oh shoot!" And you know, if you're a kid, you're like, "Mom, am I gonna die?"
Yeah. This is the end.
I don't know. It's just really interactive. It feels like you're part of the story that it kind of has to the ride. Really fun. It's a very fun ride. Favorite ride. What else? Of course, Dinosaur. Can't forget it. That loved it so much as a kid because I loved the movie that it's based off of, and I love the music video, obviously. VHS
I want the
stuff that I watched as a
dinosaur.
little kid. It's funny, like it has a whole land there where rides, but literally the only thing I would get on the main.
Because it's the only interesting ride in that land.
Yeah. I like the entrance where you got to face main character of Dinosaur.
Yeah, when you go outside, spell that Zaza.
Zaza, we'll just call him Zazasaurus. You got to see the Zazasaurus and statue. Still looks pretty good even today.
Yeah.
The queue, also like it, because it's like you're going through a museum and stuff with all
Bill
the
Nye the
dino
Science Guy.
bones and research stuff. I loved it, and I still do. It's really, really nice.
And then you have Bill Nye the Science Guy's voice in the
The
museum
yeah, yeah. The part where you go and see like the little TV or the waiting thing
area. Yeah, that
before
part
you
is
go
cool.
inside like the factory place. That last time we went there, it's like weed or something. I don't know
People
what.
could not stop
smell
coughing.
was
I hated it.
the smell was bad. It did not smell great.
Mhm.
But I mean, it's a really old attraction. As a kid, in its prime, that ride, in its prime, it was great.
At least
The
we were lucky.
animatronics
Yeah.
now don't really work,
Mm-hmm.
but back then they did, obviously, and it was really cool. Super iconic, especially the one dino, smaller dino. I always remember that one. That was my favorite one, and I remember it mostly from the music video. You know,
Mm-hmm.
obviously the Carnotaurus.
Iconic.
Yeah, the main villain. So obviously you gotta have it there. The part where it's like supposed to chase you was pretty cool. Obviously it hasn't aged well today.
Yeah.
Back then, like as a kid, it was. Yeah, I still, even if it's janky, it's old, but I love that ride. And special place. The goated ride.
At least we were lucky to go on that ride.
Also,
one
we
last
always
time.
go. We always like to eat somewhere. We always eat at the dino,
Sadly, our last
which
time.
has pretty. I mean, it's you know, it's basic food, but it still tastes good. I love the strawberry lemon.
Yeah, sadly, it was our
Um,
last time going to both the ride and the restaurant on that day.
Yeah, but it was good.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember this was a long time ago. Last time I went, the stuff to be a bug
Classic.
thing inside of the tree. That one. I know a lot of people were like kids mostly were like creeped out by it at times.
Mm-hmm.
That was just fun. Like it was a fun show and everything. And I think it was because people don't really give enough appreciation towards Bug's life, so I think
Underrated.
kind of one of the reasons it died out. Kind of an underrated movie. It's not like peak or anything. It's a solid movie. I think I don't know. I just thought it was fun. That 3D thing was fun. Also the Broadway Lion King show, great
Big.
show, really well done. I love how interactive it is. Where they get to call people. Can you make the sound of this animal?
Of warhogs, lions, elephants, and giraffe.
Yeah, but it's very interactive, entertaining.
Got my goat Timon.
Nostalgic because of the songs, because I mean it's very easy to sing along to those songs,
Of course, we've all seen the movie.
so it's a lot of fun. Like the puppets and stuff they do.
Monkey.
It's a good show. That if you're gonna watch any show, that's gotta watch.
I
You always gotta watch.
arguably say that's the heart of Animal Kingdom aside from the tree itself. It's like, bro, you can't.
Yeah,
You can't.
yeah,
I'm just saying,
exactly.
you can't have an Animal.
Why do you think they got one in New York, dude?
Yeah, I was gonna say like, what? Like to me, this is my hot take. You can't have an Animal Kingdom experience unless you have at least one showing of Lion King at least once for your day.
Yeah. The Finding Nemo one, that one's all right. It's not bad.
Disappointed.
To me, it's
with
just
the
alright.
changes. They definitely butcher it
Yeah.
thanks to COVID.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that is true.
Yeah, they cut some seats off all thanks to COVID.
Like that one is just okay. I would still like if you're going to a show, just go to
Lion King for sure.
the. Oh, I like that. Well, there's some characters you get to character up. Get to me. Lion King characters. Obviously the main character. And all the brothers. Mickey and Minnie. And then there's like that one little like set design thing where it's Simba, Timon, and Pumbaa, where they're walking on the log.
Oh yeah, the statue. I feel
it's a
like
nice place to take a picture.
Yeah, I feel like that was straight out of the what's it called, the Arts of Animation Hotel. I feel like they kind of brought that and then just put it in the theme park. I'm like, oh, that's a good photo op just to get the iconic Akuna Matata segment and just put it right there. So I like they put that next to, not close to Tree of Life, but it is nearby it.
Yeah, those are like my favorite ones. Overall, the park,
for me, I put it on A.
I mean, I guess I wouldn't mind putting it A.
Yeah.
It's better than Epcot. Some people probably would say this is like their favorite, better than Epcot.
Some people say this is their least favorite, and I'm like, I disagree with that opinion.
Yeah. I don't know. It's not my favorite, but I do really like it. I like Animal Kingdom.
Yeah. You just
I guess I would keep it at A tier.
Yeah, A is for Animal Kingdom. Well, okay, one last thing I will say before we jump from Disney to Universal. I'll give nostalgic goosebumps when I watched Lion King 2 on VHS. This 1998 promo of when a CGI dinosaur eats like a time travel machine. It goes, oh, I think it was called From Disney's Animal Kingdom, from the magic of Disney's Go Wild. And I'm like, I want to go to Africa now.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're done.
Oh, I remember we tried the Simba ice cream.
Oh yeah, the Simba Sunset. I remember you made a joke by saying Bimba boy.
Yeah, that was really good.
It was basically like the Dole Whip. And then funny enough,
alright guys, add Black Panther and Animal.
They're going to add that to the parks. But what was I going to say? Off topic. On that day we went to Animal Kingdom, we were physically exhausted, and then we were emotionally damaged of watching Guardians 3 on the same day. Cinco de Mayo 2023. Never forget that, 3 years ago. But thankfully, that's not the case for our Universal trips. But yeah, we're done with Disney. Now on to Universal, which I will be honest, I originally wanted to start off with Universal first. But since you guys were like, oh, I only go to Disney first, I'm like, sucks to be you. Because look, as much as me and Gabriel love Disney for the nostalgia aspects, but arguably speaking, the best theme parks in Florida, period, are the Universal parks. And this is going to be a hot take, as I'm about to say, the first Universal theme park, okay, fine, technically Islands Adventure is not the first Universal theme park, but why am I adding this? Because, yeah, this is just going to be a hot take, or a cold take, whatever you want to say it. It's easily my favorite Universal park of them all. And why is that? I mean, first of all, the title speaks for itself. Islands of Adventure. And even though I made, 2 vlogs on it on YouTube before, I did it the first time in 2023 with Gabriel and Kaya around 2023, and then 2025 I did it again with Grinchmas around that time, which I will talk about the Christmas event, which I will say this, I think Studios does a much better job with the holiday events than Islands, because mostly it's carried by Grinch when it's only on Christmas times. But why is Islands of Adventure, in my opinion, the best Universal theme park show, in my personal opinion? And here's the reason why I would prefer Islands, because number one, like I said, it lives up to his name. For Islands, you have varieties of different lands. You have Marvel Superhero Island, you got Seuss Landing, you go to Jurassic Park, and yes, Harry Potter, which yes, I do have some salty opinions on Harry Potter later on, but I'll talk about it later. And then, unfortunately, the most outdated land, but still is a nice land for water rides, is Toon Lagoon. But either way, I feel like without question, for anyone that either watched those vlogs, or I guess for anyone that knows me in person real life, my number one land to visit is easily Marvel Superhero Island. I would put Jurassic Park in second place, because at least Jurassic Park feels like you are a part of the world of that movie. But despite Marvel Superhero Island is a very short land, it's literally one of the first lands to go in Marvel Superhero Island. But come on, for me as a kid, grew up watching Marvel movies and the cartoons, and for me, I was a big Spider-Man fanboy. And the funniest thing is, I think it was like maybe 2012 when the Spider-Man ride was being remade or updated. I remember me and Gabriel, which I actually got a picture in my refrigerator of me and Gabriel meeting Spider-Man. We were wearing like t-shirts of Spidey. I had this like big chubby fat face where I go, literally like that, like trying to do like a very serious face next to Spidey. And then I met Spidey again, literally back in 2019. It's more like, yeah, just relive my childhood fantasy. But without question, I know I'm going to be glazing at this point, but the amazing, just quote my rivals, don't mess with the Amazing Spider-Man! But anyway, joking aside, the Amazing Adventures of Spider-Man is easily my #1 favorite Spider-Man, like, not just Spider-Man ride, but favorite Universal ride, period, which, if I'm going to show a little bit footage if my computer doesn't go too slow, dude, I mean, no wonder this ride, the Spider-Man ride at Islands of Adventure, won so many awards that not even Disneyland's Spider-Man ride, which is like a Toy Story Mania ripoff with Tom Holland's version. I mean, sure, this ride existed way before we got any of the live-action movies, way before we got Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. But before I started glazing on the Spider-Man ride train, literally, when Universal was like trying to find some lands that they want to do for Islands of Adventure, originally they were going to buy the rights to DC, and before we even got the Spider-Man ride, it was meant to be a Superman ride around that time, and we were supposed to get like a Batman ride more based on the Tim Burton movies. But then when Marvel was going bankrupt, that's where Universal's like, hey yo, do you want to like work with us? And then outside of that, literally, they made the Spider-Man ride, and not only just that, they have the rights to Marvel. Same goes for Dr. Seuss. Like, it was originally meant to be a Looney Tunes land, but then Six Flags was like, oh no, we want to make our own theme parks instead. And then I feel like what makes Spider-Man so timeless, it's like, it's one of those rides that you just never get tired of like going back again. Like, it was definitely one of those rides, like, as a kid, and even the last time I visited, I was like, yeah, I want to go to this ride on repeat. It has a plot of its own. You literally got the voice of Squidward Tentacles from SpongeBob voicing Dr. Octopus. You got the voice of Patrick Star voicing Hydro Man. So you literally got 2 SpongeBob voice actors in the Spider-Man ride, and it's so iconic to see the Spider-Man signal, and then Spidey just jumping up to the ride. It's like, oh, this is going to be the most dangerous night of my life, and yours. And there are some Easter eggs, not just for Spider-Man fans, but for Marvel fans. Like, you get to see Oscorp in the background. Stan Lee makes a cameo as the Garbage Truck Man, and literally at the end of the ride, where it's like, oh, just beat your pictures all the way on your way to left out. And there's literally an Iron Man billboard. And I like that Spider-Man fans acknowledge that there's a Goblin, a Doc Ock, an Electro, and a creature with Earth elemental powers, and a CGI creature. Holy crap, this is Spider-Man No Way Home. And literally with Statue of Liberty, I'm like, yeah, this is literally No Way Home in a nutshell, except it's only just one Spidey. But the rock and roll music where it goes, going down to Hydro Man, going to Doc Ock with the fire flames. The one thing that I got so confused by saying, wait, so Hobgoblin is in the ride, but yet Green Goblin is a character meet and greet, so that's honestly caught me off guard. And they're not called the Sinister Six, they're also called the Sinister Syndicate, so I'm like, alright, since it's not 6 films, it's 5, pretty much No Way Home. And I like there's a Clone Saga Easter egg, literally in the moment right here, and I'm like, hey, deep cut reference. And that one line where Spidey's like, Doc, you ain't worse for your haircut. And then literally the moment where Hydro Man and Electro are trying to electrocute Spidey. And then the funniest moment is, I don't think anybody laughed at my joke when Doc Ock was about to take us down to the building. I'm like, no, I don't want my neck to be snapped like Gwen Stacy's neck, because obviously you're a Spider-Man fan, you know what I mean by that. But literally, the cherry on top of leaving the ride is literally hearing a rock and roll version of Spider-Man, Spider-Man, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. And then what's even more awesome is, we go to the gift shop where they have a lot of merchandise, especially in recent times. Well, they don't have it anymore, like literally, like back then it was the Tobey Maguire like statue. But I think recently it's like maybe the Tom Holland Iron Spider one, from what I've remembered. But I remember in the early 2000s, it was like Sam Raimi Spider-Man all over, and it was really awesome. But now the merchandise is mostly Disney Spider-Man merch, and then you got the Venom merch. If Dwayne's there in person, he's easily going to get all the Venom merch. But literally around that trip, I got my Spider-Man mug, I got the Spider-Man cap by saying, look, it's my favorite superhero goat, so why can I not say no to like buying the merch from that place? But aside from Spider-Man, we actually, so I'm just chewing my popsicle. Me and Gabriel, the only other ride that we've only been to in Marvel Superhero Island for now, we've been to the Incredible Hulk coaster, and boy, it was a fun roller coaster. But man, the headaches, man, where it just go, I'm hulking out! Ah! Literally, where our heads make us, we're like, bro. Literally, one time, maybe it was either the loop or maybe like one thing now, there's dude. My head was bashing when it wasn't like next to Gare, but it was like in my head was saying, oh, okay, that's gonna hurt in the morning. But either way, it's definitely like the second most thrill ride at Universal Science of Adventure. But I will say this, it was pretty fun and, dare I say, incredible. The only rides that we have not been on is the X-Men ride, because the look at the X-Men ride is just a Mad Hatter Tea Party Cup ride from Magic Kingdom. It's just a rip-off of Disney. And for the Doctor Doom ride, maybe I'll consider it for the next time visiting, but I've heard friends by saying, it's such a short ride, it's not worth going. But I'm like, I'll be the judge of that, despite I literally saw on YouTube that literally it's just one drop and then you just go. But the coolest thing about Marvel Superhero Island is the comic book cutouts and the merchandise. I think the merchandise looks so cool that they definitely matched up some old comic books. They even have some Hot Toys. I'm like, wow, Hot Toys and Universal? That's honestly pretty insane. And then there's literally like some t-shirts and some Funko Pops, and literally just merch that you don't expect seeing at Universal, because, yeah, despite Disney owns the rights to Marvel, and Disneyland has Avengers Campus, which is why they can't call it Marvel, because Universal has the rights. But let's be honest, despite I've never been to Avengers Campus, but I'm just going to say this, Universal still clears. It still clears as the better land, because for Avengers Campus, I feel like if I ever go there someday in the future, I feel like the character meet and greets will be the true standouts. But as for the land itself, this one is more colorful, it's more comic booky. I mean, that's literally what this whole area is based on for Marvel Superhero Island. And I say, once again, just like I mentioned about Disney, going to Marvel Superhero Island at nighttime is easily the best, especially for the red and blue lines for Spider-Man. So, easily as a Marvel fanboy, I would say that's my favorite land. But then second place, I would say my second one is easily Jurassic Park, because obviously it's an iconic blockbuster movie. I mean, for those that have not seen Jurassic Park or not watched you people have poor taste in cinema, pure brain rot, not good taste in good cinema. Coolest thing about Jurassic Park is, one, you have the gate, literally from the original movie. And then the only ride that me and Gabriel went on to the first time was Velocicoaster, since it was like the only Jurassic World adjacent ride that we've been on. And boy, we just literally hold on to your butts on that ride, because it was fast, it was energetic, it was tall. There's one time that we literally were like looping underneath underwater. I'm like, bro, this Velocicoaster ride is like so unhinged and uncanny, but yet it was so cool to get on. And just like Guardians of the Galaxy, literally you get to see Chris Pratt in the queue, and sorry to sound thirsty, y'all, but Mommy Bryce Dallas Howard, I wish I could gobble up. Nope. Daniel, just take a chill pill on that. But even outside of that, we even get to see Blue and the other Raptors, like, literally in the queue. I'm like, okay, that's actually pretty cool. And I think we literally see Bingo Dino DNA. And then, the coolest thing about that ride is, once when you get on, I think they literally played the exact same music track for Jurassic World 2015, because obviously this ride is based on the 2015 movie. You get to hear the ba-da-dun, da-da-dun-dun. So I will say, as a ride itself, it's like my second favorite ride after Spider-Man. But as for Jurassic Park River Adventure, like, obviously the one in California updated it to Jurassic World, and personally, I was one of those people, like here in Florida, saying, no, don't replace it with Jurassic World. I don't want to see screen technology. I mean, sure, the Dominus Rex is cool, but I don't want it to lose the charm of the original Jurassic Park that I grew up on, because obviously the OG Jurassic Park is like the superior one. But ever since me and Gabriel went on it, I mean, heck, just like the dinosaur ride, Animal Kingdom, I mean, thankfully the Jurassic Park ride is not like, you know, being replaced or being closed out and whatnot, but due to maintenance issues, that's like, you know, not happening anytime soon. But me and Gabriel were lucky to ride on it. Like, as a kid, it was cool, but as we got older, pretty much like the dinosaur ride, bro, the animatronics definitely don't hold up, especially with the Brachiosaurus at the beginning when they play the doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I'm like, bro, the Brachiosaurus, that bro's gonna die like literally in the water, because he's been drying out in the summer heat for so long. So even if they don't like update to Jurassic World, I mean, at least update the animatronics at least, or not like completely taking it down. But easily the best part of the ride is like once when you go to the Velociraptors, and then you got the iconic T-Rex head. Like, basically the best thing about Islands of Adventure in the Jurassic Park area, it makes you feel like you are part of the adventure of the original Jurassic Park. And I'm like, yeah, this is so cool to see the T-Rex at the end. I remember I actually screamed like Tobey Maguire where he goes, ah! And literally me and Gabriel are just quoting lines from the original film of, Ian Freeze, get the kids! I mean, that's easily a ride that you will get extremely soaked at the very end. I mean, it's either that ride or the Popeye ride, but that's another thing I love about Islands. Like, you have variety of different rides. Like, unfortunately, there's only one ride that we cannot get on, because obviously, you gotta make it for the kids, is the Pterodactyl Factory, because there's one seat for the kids, but then there's one in the back that the grown adults get to sit on. But either way, Jurassic Park River Adventure, despite some animatronics don't hold well, I mean, thankfully it's a classic, and me and Gabriel were lucky enough to ride on for at least, like, one more time. But I know Jurassic World California, and I would say the Jurassic World ride in China definitely makes it much more like an iconic, like make it more immersive, like make more with the technology and whatnot. But the only restaurant that me and Gabriel have been on is the Thunder Falls one, which I will admit, the one thing that's kind of disappointing, like they got the foods that we usually would eat in real life, from the chicken, to the rice, to the beans, to the fruits, and the drinks. My biggest disappointment of going to the restaurant Jurassic Park is the fact that they don't have the recipes from the original film. Like, the one time where John Hamm was like, alright, who's hungry? There's like this chicken Caribbean meal. It's more like, bro, why didn't Universal do that? Just like I had a complaint with Epcot or Ratatouille, it's more like, bro, why can't they just make this in real life, man? It's like, is it really that hard for corporate businesses to make food from the movies? I mean, like I said, it's just a minor nitpick I do want to bring up. And then outside of that, there is a King Kong ride. It's so funny that literally, when we're done with the King Kong ride, it's based on the 2005 movie. And then literally after that, the funniest thing is like, when we see like the giant King Kong animatronic, I remember Gabriel was like saying, monkey! And it's sort of like up in front of us, since I know that's a tradition, the older Universal rides. But as for Seuss Landing, my personal opinion, Seuss Landing is only worth visiting, mainly for me, during the Christmas hours, mainly because of Grinchmas, which is why I did like a whole vlog about it. But the only ride that's actually worth visiting is the Cat in the Hat, even though me and Gabriel says Winnie the Pooh is definitely the much better ride when it comes to the color. And Cat in the Hat, it's usually made fun of a lot by saying, oh my gosh, it's a dark horror ride, let's scream! Or the one time one thing started getting out of the crates, ah! But for me, every time I go on the ride, I just quote the live-action Mike Myers movie by going, Zynga, anything, I'll get you, look like a bloody ass of bits, come on, kids, he drinks where he pees. And literally every time I leave the ride, just think of one of the Smash Mouth songs of, and hang on, hang on, hang on, everybody just. But I bet your bond dollar, since the Cat in the Hat is still on the ride, because like I said, this ride existed before we got that live-action movie, but I bet your bottom dollar that Universal is going to do something for the upcoming Bill Hader animated Cat in the Hat movie. I feel like Bill Hader or somebody from the cast is going to be like, yeah, let's go to the Cat in the Hat ride and go watch our new movie with some stupid brain rot fart jokes and K-pop songs for Dr. Seuss because we're hip and cool with the kids. No, get out. But joking aside, it's the only ride that's worth visiting, but Seuss Landing, it's definitely the land that's definitely more approached to the kids, because obviously it's Dr. Seuss. We grew up reading his books when we were kids. And the only characters that are not live-action Grinch is like, you know, the animated Grinch, Cat Hat, Thing 1, Thing 2, the Lorax, which is basically the Illumination Lorax, Sam I Am, and the guy from Green Eggs and Ham. But like I said before, the Cat in the Hat's like the only ride worth visiting. The land itself is honestly pretty nice, especially at nights. Like I said, Grinchmas is where the park truly shines in my opinion, because number one, you meet the Grinch himself. Number two, you go see the Grinch live show. It's like a 30-minute retelling of the iconic story where they took elements from the book, the cartoon, and the live-action Jim Carrey film and rolled it all into one. I think the theater was well done, even though it's not my favorite like live show for Universal, but I would say it's definitely by far the entertaining one. But I will say this, Universal's not really a theme park that's usually known for entertainment stuff. That's mostly a Disney thing. But from the two live shows, from Grinchmas and Dragons, they're my favorite ones by far, despite those are the only two I did come to see. But either way, like we said, Islands is mostly carried by Grinchmas when it comes to Christmas every single year, which is why I never get tired of, since it's my favorite live-action movie. But outside of Dr. Seuss, so as for the other lands, Toon Lagoon, like I said, it's easily the most outdated land in the park because it's literally based on old cartoons. I mean really old cartoons that your grandparents would know, but kids nowadays will not know who's Popeye, who's Betty Boop, who's Dudley Do. Like I said, those are like really old cartoon characters because when Islands of Adventure was first made, they did not have their own animated studio before. The only cartoon character they can only market was Woody Woodpecker, but Woody Woodpecker was only in Universal Studios. But when it comes to Toon Lagoon in particular, literally it's only just Popeye and Betty Boop. I will say this, despite it's only just like two wet rides, but I definitely say the rides I mean, I guess aside from Jurassic Park River Adventure is like the only wet ride that's actually worth going on if you're feeling too hot and sweaty for a boat wet ride. So I'm like, yeah, I would definitely recommend the Popeye ride if you definitely want to get soaked wet. But say like, yeah, I grew up watching Popeye, the cartoon and the live action movie. Too bad the animated movie got rebooted. But either way, this is not related to Toon Lagoon, but there's literally at some moment where we got DreamWorks characters walking by where I literally met Poe and Tigers from Kung Fu Panda. There's one time I met King Julian, and he actually liked my King Julian voice by saying, "Hey, it's time to see you from Madagascar." And he actually liked the voice. I'm like, yeah, I got respect of the king of Stinky Feet. There's one funny moment where they literally played the Madagascar 2 version of I Like to Move It with Moto Moto in the house. And then in my mind, it's like, yeah, it's Lester's theme song. There's one Mexican guy that says like, oh, Flaco's like, bro, you just call me skinny Spanish? I'm like, adios, pendejo. But yeah, that's just an inside story. But as for the final land, Harry Potter, aka, it's easily the most packed area in Islands of Adventure because number one, a lot of dorks, lesbians, British people, bookworms, whatever you want to call it. Harry Potter fangirls, fanboys, whatever you want to call them. Obviously, they're going to glaze the hell out of Harry Potter in Islands of Adventure because obviously the one in Islands is like the most accurate one where it's based on Hogwarts. But personally for me, I don't hate the Harry Potter movies. I think the actors, the cinematography, the music is good. But it's not a franchise I would like be passionate for and be in love with. Like I'll respect the filmmaking choices about it, but in my opinion, it's not really a franchise I would like glaze the heck out of it like everyone else since freaking elementary school. But either way, the only ride that actually is worth going to is the Hogwarts one. It's an indoor ride, and I guess for anyone who's a big fan of those original movies, then yeah, go ahead. That's something for you to offer. But the two rides that I've never been on is the Hagrid's roller coaster because I've heard that's like, what, 3 hours long? So I'm like, nah, not worth my time. There's another roller coaster, but I wasn't that interested. But however, when I was at Harry Potter, there's only like one thing. It's not a ride. It's not a gift souvenir. It's a drink. And what's that drink, you ask? A nice cold butterbeer. And once when I drink butterbeer for the first time, I'm like, alright, what's the hype on this drink? And I'm like, oh wow, it is creamy cream, it's scotch butter. And I'm like, alright, look, if there's one thing that's worth going to Hogwarts alone, definitely the butterbeer drinks because it feels like a Christmas drink and have something refreshing in the, literally for the hot sun. But like I said before, for Islands of Adventure, like I said, in Christmas time, Grinch is easily the best mean and greet character for me, at least. But like I said, as a park, sure, there's some rides that are outdated, but like I said before, Islands of Adventure has the most variety of lands, from Marvel to Seuss to Jurassic Park, yada yada yada. The ones I usually would skip is Harry Potter, because like I said, not really a big fan. But Toon Lagoon, it's only worth going if you want to go to the wet rides, if you're like tired from the heat. But easily, I'm going to be one of those folks that be like, yeah, I'm going to go to the Spider-Man ride 3 times because I have Spider-Man autism, so I'm just going to keep that in mind. So, if I'm going to go back to the tier list, I already said it before that, yes, despite it's old, but it's still, even going after Epic Universe, it still is my favorite Universal theme park of all time, which I'm not going to give away spoilers. I'll be looking forward to coming back to Islands of Adventure once again. So, for my nostalgia, but also for my experience as a theme park going back and forth, Islands of Adventure easily deserves an S tier rank in my book. So, Islands of Adventure, you belong on the S tier.
Fact, actually.
Yeah, that's a fact. Thanks, Trevin.
Alright. Islands of Adventure. This one is pretty obvious. Songs, but we'll talk about it. You have Harry Potter Land, which a lot of people go to. A lot of people are a big fan of.
Overrated.
I understand. Movies are very popular. Not my cup of tea. I'm not really into Harry Potter, but I kind of understand why people are. The land does look pretty cool. The nice buildings, the shops, even the train that you can get on, travel between different places.
I forgot about that.
Pretty cool stuff. Also, the butterbeer, super popular in that place. Probably in the whole park. But still, the attractions will mostly the main ride. Start going to the castle. The ride is pretty cool. I remember getting on it a couple times as a kid. Um, getting on it recently, and it still ages pretty well. You is not. Where you get to see like different painting, people interacting, walking. It's pretty cool. Everything else, I don't think I've really been on everything else because I don't really go to this land a lot. But it's not bad.
For which land?
My favorite land, obvious, Jurassic Park land.
I had a feeling.
I love everything there, really. I mean, Velocicoaster is a great addition. Best roller coaster there in all of Islands of Adventure. It's my favorite attraction there besides Spider-Man. I like the queue where you get to see some of the Raptors gear, and then there's a part where Raptors like in the like their cages or whatever.
Yeah, straight out of the Jurassic World 2015
really
movie.
cool. Yeah. You get to see clips of Chris Pratt, Dallas Howard,
Mommy.
where they're talking about the Raptors. You get to see more of the equipment. Pretty cool details. The ride itself, lots of fun, super fast, as it should be, based off Velociraptor. You get to see some of the Raptors there, like Charlie, Blue, and all the others, Echo and Delta.
Yeah, that's the names.
You get to see some of their statues there while you're on the ride. You have to catch them pretty fast because you're zooming on the roller coaster. Hard to fully see them, but you catch a glimpse of them every now and then while you're on the ride because it's super fast. I love the loop part where you're like above the water. That was crazy, but it's a super fun ride. Totally worth getting on. Then you have the iconic River Adventure. Still one of my favorites there. Gets shut down from time to time because it's so old.
Especially right now.
And the animatronics don't really work as well, but it's still pretty good for its age, for its time. Like you hear the music. Get to go through each part of like events from the movie. Like at first it's like, oh, dinosaurs, oh no, the raptor dinos escaped, and then towards the end you see the raptor Dilophosaurus spit water at you, and then the best part, you see the T-Rex and you go down and splash and get wet, and great, man. I don't know, it's super nostalgic. And the build-up to the drop is always a lot of fun. So, yeah, I was a fan of the movie. I approve. It's still really good. I think I've only been on the Pteranodon Flyer thing one younger. It's okay. I mean, you just look around the place. It's alright. I remember going on the playground though, little kid, Jurassic Park one. And I don't know. When I was a kid, I was thinking, am I gonna find a dinosaur in here? And like kept exploring the playground. I don't know. It was alright. Then you have another great place, Marvel Superhero Island. Always love coming. Got Incredible Hulk roller coaster, which it's fun, and I like the queue. It feels very Hulk-ish, very themed around Hulk, as it should be. The giant Hulk statue, still really cool. Ride itself is intense, as it should be, because based off the Hulk, he's a crazy character. And like Daniel said, like the last time I went on it, my head was like bopping around the head rests thingies. I don't know what they're called. but it made my head hurt.
Yeah, 12 hours.
But other than that, it's a fun ride. It's totally a fun. I used to be scared of getting on it when I was a little.
Same.
Because I thought you would like go underwater, and I was like, I don't want to die and drown. But no, it's really cool. It's really fun. Then you have, a lot of people's favorite, and understandably so, one of the best rides there. The Spider-Man ride.
Goated.
Both queues. There's the VIP, or Express, whatever you want to call it, queue, and then there's the regular one. But I think both are good. Like, you see different things. You see Peter's desk stuff in the Express queue, and a couple other things. But in the main queue, you still see the office, but it's like different people's desks. Daily Bugle. And you see pictures of like the villains.
The ones that are going to be in the ride.
Framed. Yeah. And also, like in the beginning part, you get this like clips, like a cartoony kind of scene.
Literally a prologue that sets up the plot.
Yeah, it's like the prologue for the ride. Yeah, the story of the ride. It's pretty cool. It looks a lot like the animated series kind of thing.
Yeah, since it literally came out.
Vibes of that.
Because even though it's not based on the 90s animated show, but we definitely know, thanks to the popularity of that cartoon, this ride kind of somewhat got inspired by it, even though it's meant to be its own thing.
Yeah. But everything about it, like the entrance, the queue, felt true to Spider-Man. It felt like you're part of that universe. Like you just mentioned, felt like the series. Cool. Then carts, pretty nice. It's kind of similar to
produced by Tony Stark.
The Transformers ride, even though this one came out before, but still.
Mm-hmm.
They're both very similar.
Stark Tech.
Where you put on the 3D glasses and all that. Or I guess in this case 4D. But yeah, I remember before it looked a little older, but then they updated it a little bit, like the screen itself and the way they designed Spidey, high quality.
Yeah,
stuff.
in the updated version. Looks similar.
So it looks pretty good.
Looks similar to Tobey Maguire a bit at times.
Yeah, which, funny enough, they had a statue of Tobey Maguire.
Like during the peak
a long time, like years back.
Yeah, during
when I was a kid, they had it. But now they removed it because Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Or not the main Spider-Man, at least.
Got a more bakes.
But they also had, and I still have it, the mugs where they have
our names.
But back then, it was designed after. It kind of looked like Tobey's Spider-Man.
Yeah, but the one now definitely the ones now.
But now it's more
Drake Bell Disney XD Ultimate Spider-Man.
It's more like it looks more like the 2017 Disney show kind of design.
Yeah, it's like why that show sucks.
I wouldn't even bother getting those mugs now.
I actually own one in my room.
But yeah, I still have the one that I got years back when I was a kid.
Lucky.
But the shop was nice, and the ride itself, great.
Worth it.
This is the most dangerous night of my life, and yours.
Be careful.
And you get to see you hear the police sirens. You get to see different buildings as you're cruising through. See the different villains in each segment. Some of the symbiotes. Electro, like that. I like that part with Electro where he really shocks the vehicle.
Mm-hmm. Pulling the plug.
Part with Hydro Man, Raven a little bit. And then the main villain, Doc Ock.
Voiced by Squidward Tentacles.
Yeah. See a bunch of villains, and the way that you Like it just feels very interactive. Like the Electro one that I mentioned. And it's cool that they show some villains that are as popular as
Like
a few, like
like Scream and Hydra Man.
Scream. The fact they chose Hobgoblin over Gob.
That confusing.
Still pretty
Confusing but cool.
kind of character.
Probably because of the '90s cartoon, I bet, since Hobgoblin was more prominent in that show.
Yeah, Mark Hamill did.
The goat.
But yeah, I don't know. It was just it's such a interactive, really fun ride. You feel like you're literally there helping Spider-Man, or like Spider-Man save you, which he is. And then the ending, smile.
Say cheese. See you later.
Yeah, that part.
Classic Spidey one-liners.
I don't know, man. Just Spider-Man's very in character. Feel like you're there with him, part of the journey. It's a lot of fun. That's definitely the best ride.
Even the CEO of Six went on that ride.
Fearfall. Never been on it.
But
Tell you the truth. Been on it.
But we will plan to go later this summer, hopefully.
Teacup Storm. I mean, well, but it's like an X-Men Cup ride.
Just a rip off of it, basically.
Just a regular ride.
I could have done something better with that.
Oh, the Popeye ride. Love that ride. Love that ride. That's one of my favorite like
wet rides?
Water raft ride. Yeah.
Yeah, I would.
That ride was a lot.
I prefer it over
You get
Animal
stoked on that.
I prefer that over Animal Kingdom's wet ride by comparison.
Oh yeah.
I just like the theming of the ride, honestly.
But that's like, I mean, the only thing worth going
on Toon Lagoon.
The Toon Lagoon. And then this wasn't here when I was a kid, but they added King Kong ride, which is really cool because it's kind of like a modern version of Kong ride they had, giant Tronic. Although I think the old one was better.
Yeah, by YouTube videos, it looks better in that version.
This one is more modern. You're in a vehicle still, but it's like one of those. Put on the glasses and then 3D. But it's okay. I really like the queue though. The queue for this ride is really cool. It's like you're actually there at Skull Island. And you see like the weird creature, stuff like that. Really cool. The animatronic is still pretty.
Monkey.
King Kong.
Monkey.
Yeah, it's a decent. I like it.
It's not as bad as.
And Seuss Landing. Seuss Landing, it's fun. It's pretty nice. I always go for Cat in the Hat, just because of nostalgia reason. Yeah, I like the movie.
At Universal Studios.
I mean, the queue is always short because.
Very
Kids
fast.
Ride, it's really short. But I don't know. It's to me, I just get on it for nostalgia reasons. Love Cat in the Hat. I love that ride as a. It's nice. I like it. It's nostalgic. It's simple. Also the queue, like where you see some stuff from the books, based off.
Very
and like the quotes and stuff from the books. Just I like it. I don't know. Really nice.
Yep. Faithful to the source material.
And I haven't been on the train thing where you like look around the whole
I think
land.
It's called like the Snitches Trolley Ride. I think that's the name of it.
Yeah, something like that. That ride I haven't been on that years, but it's really just a chill ride to look around.
I say it's better to ride on it at nighttime so you can see
like
the lighting.
it's like the Yoshi ride at Epic.
Yeah, just like we've never been on it for reasons.
Yeah. Then you got the little. It's a place for kids, man. See like carousel, one fish, two fish thing, stuff like that.
Never ate at the restaurants.
But I guess, like Daniel said, like it's best to go there Christmas for the great stuff and the show. Other than that, it's a place mostly for kids, but it's not bad. Pretty nice. Oh yeah, and to meet the Grinch himself there. Haha. What else? I think that's mostly it.
Yeah, I think that's it,
For, like,
honestly.
favorite stuff. So yeah, Islands of Adventure to me is S rank, S tier, because never get bored of it. I love always coming back to that place. Been there since I was a kid. Still a special place.
I will say this, Gabriel. Do you prefer
Yeah.
do you prefer it over Magic Kingdom and Hollywood Studios by comparison?
Yeah.
Yeah, like as a park, like especially when you're older, it does feel like, yeah, I'm too old for this crowd. It's like, nah.
I like Universal Disney right now.
Yeah, like as both
As a
the
kid, obviously, I was more Disney. Right now, I just...
Yeah, but as a brand and as a park, easily... Well, Islands is definitely one, but all the Universal parks, I'm like, yeah, I'd rather go to Universal again multiple times than just Disney. Disney's like, as of now, as adults, like, only just once for nostalgia's sake, and that's about it. But speaking of Universal, okay, if we're going to go to our whole stream, I'm just going to take a look. So we got 2 more Universal parks, so that's 2, SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, LegoLand, Fun Spot. So we got 6 parks left, but we're not done leaving the Universal verse, I guess. Now we go to actually the first theme park. So even though, yes, Islands is like the second Universal park that existed, but Studios that came out first, but I feel like Islands, and like I said, for biased reasons, I just want to go straight ahead for Islands because, yeah, it has my favorite lands and rides. But as for Studios, Universal Studios, despite it's literally the oldest park here for, like, I'm talking like for Universal parks, not generally speaking for Florida, but it's definitely the oldest Universal park. I mean, yeah, you can definitely tell they made a lot of changes throughout the years. I mean, whether you were there in person or maybe you just watched it on YouTube, that, yeah, pretty much Universal Studios went through a lot of updates. Like, I remember before Despicable Me, according to my research, it was like the Hanna-Barbera ride, and then literally after that, what else? It was not just Hanna-Barbera, they changed it to like the Jimmy Neutron Nickelodeon ride, which me and Gabriel were lucky to get on that Nickelodeon ride way before they closed it down, before Nickelodeon TV shows were not relevant anymore except for SpongeBob. But I feel like, this is my hot take, I honestly prefer the Jimmy Neutron ride to Despicable Me because, you know, yeah, that part of Nickelodeon was a part of my childhood. That was the best era of Nickelodeon, where you got Jimmy, Carl, and his robot dog. I think his name is Goddard. Yeah. And then you got these aliens from the Jimmy Neutron movie, literally taking them down. And it's none other than, you go from Fairly Odd Parents, you get Rugrats, and then you get SpongeBob. And I realized the Hanna-Barbera ride before the Nickelodeon one is basically the same formula where the boy from the Jetsons gets kidnapped by the villain, then Yogi Bear and Boo Boo needs to save him, and then they go to Scooby-Doo, Jetsons, and Flintstones. And I pretty much, the Jimmy Neutron ride basically copied what Hanna-Barbera did. Well, obviously, I wasn't that old when Hanna-Barbera came out, so that's why I only was alive for Nickelodeon. But I remember during the gift shop, we actually get to meet the old SpongeBob mascot, where he's like a big, giant sponge and not like a thin cheese like how SpongeBob is now at the theme parks. But I remember me and Gabriel were there. But honestly, I know it's outdated around that time, so I understand why they would have to change it to Despicable Me. So I'm like, oh, Despicable Me's popular, makes a lot of sense. But as for that ride, the Minion Mayhem ride, I mean, it's cool that you got the same voice cast from the movies all together, but I don't know. When I went on it again, like in 2019, it's not, because I remember the first time me and Gabriel went on, it's like, yeah, it's so long just because it's a popular movie, it's a popular franchise, and yeah, the ride's, it's so long. But as I went back on again, it's like, yeah, it's not really a ride I would go back again, because obviously, I mean, aside from the first two Despicable Me movies, it's not really a franchise I would go back rewatching again and again, because, you know, brain rot and Facebook mom banana jokes. But outside of that, yeah, it's definitely one ride worth skipping. But the one thing that really got me disappointed around Universal Studios, I like Shrek 4D, man. Why would they have to take it down for a freaking Minions ride that nobody wants to go? Like, I heard that new Minions Villain Con thing is like 5 minutes. It's just a shooting game where you just walk around. It's like, bro, I get you're trying to make this like Carnival, but it's like, dude, not cool to take down a goat Shrek. But around that time, Shrek 4D was awesome, man. Like, I actually had a DVD of Shrek 3D, which is basically like a 3D version, but I got on DVD. But the 4D ride makes it better. Like, the coolest thing apart is the queue where you got Pinocchio, the pigs, and then literally the magic mirror just retells the story of the first Shrek movie. I like there's one funny moment, it's like, Shrek just saves the princess and his ass. I'm like, ah, nice. Keeping that PG-rated swearing like you have in the first movie. I like that. And then obviously the voice cast is nice. I think the coolest parts in the 4D rides when the spiders were going across us in the chair, and that one moment where I think it was like frosted whipped cream when Gingy quote unquote got his face cut off, and then during the moment when Dragon, the real Dragon, Donkey's real life, and then you got the evil statue one chase each other. Bro, I got nostalgic chills when they play the music from the first movie where it goes da na 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 na, and then the iconic fairy tale theme from the Shrek movie. Oh na 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 da na na na. Bro, I'm getting nostalgic chills just like think about it right now. It's more like, dude, I think it's kind of funny. Like once when Tinkerbell got get to the core, she got stuck into the lantern. We got from happy Shrek music, then we go back to Lord Farquaad music where it goes bum dun 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 dun. It's like, yeah, I hear rumors that Shrek 5 is going to bring Lord Farquaad back, so I won't be that surprised if that's going to be the case. Since this 4D ride, it's like Farquaad is back, but he's dead because obviously he got digested in the dragon's belly by the end of the first movie, which they literally explained that. But still, why would they replace that over Minions? That got me really upset. It's like, well, at least just like with the Muppets, at least they're doing something Muppet-related in Hollywood studios, but at least for the new DreamWorks land. Okay, back then, originally, it wasn't DreamWorks. It was Woody Woodpecker and Curious George, which, full disclosure, Gabriel has been to that area. I haven't, so I haven't been to the Curious George water area, which I bet if I was there as a kid, I'd be like, yeah, I love the animated movie. I love the PBS Kids show. I want to go there. George, you're my best friend. So, yeah, I never got that experience. But I did see the Woody Woodpecker stuff since I would say in terms of the animation side of Universal, Woody Woodpecker was, the main mascot for Universal when it comes to, cartoon characters before they got Illumination and then bought the rights to DreamWorks. But as it is right now as DreamWorks, I feel like the Shrek theme era is easily the best part of that land area because you got Shrek, you got Donkey. At least Donkey looks more movie accurate where he doesn't look like a puppet me or something. I find it funny when I went to see Donkey, he was talking Brazil and say, oh, what's your name? Brazil Praising. And then there's one viral video where Donkey is complaining about Shrek, but he was saying, not gonna lie, Fiona, your dogs look pretty ugly. Donkey, I don't look like that. And then there's one moment where Donkey's singing accidentally A Love from Shrek 2. What you say? What's the problem, baby? I'm like, goated right there. So, despite there's no Shrek ride, but at least the character meet and greet's what saves that complaint for me when, I think Shrek Swamp honestly looks pretty nice. And then you got the Pinocchio animatronic. It's like, no matter what he says, don't do anything for it. I will say this. I mean, it's a cool thing they got, Shrek-inspired snacks. They got, I think they call it the Shrek-Sil. So I'm like, hey, okay, but we kind of predicted this joke of Shrek eating stencils, and now we call it Shrek-Sil. But we didn't eat that. We had, a swamp mud pudding. Yeah, it was mud swamp pudding with some gummy worms because, yeah, I get it, because that's what ogres eat. But that kind of gave me nostalgia of, the Shrek Kid Cuisine's meals with Shrek Forever After came out. And then when it comes to other food, Trolls, I mean, like I said, it's basically my least favorite DreamWorks franchise I could care less about. But obviously, the Trolls area is 100% more for the kids for sure. But at least the ice cream honestly tastes pretty good. But as for the water area, I know that's where originally Curious George was at, and that's where they do the Kung Fu Panda stuff. They do play the iconic Kung Fu Panda score, and then just like with Talking with Crush Find Nemo, they got Taco Poe so they can have their Jack Black sound alike. I like that Poe makes Poe's like, sorry guys, I'm getting totally stir-fry, yow! But outside of that, I feel like what they could have done better for the Kung Fu Panda land, instead of just making a water theme area, why not just get Kung Fu Panda a ride? Why does Trolls deserve a ride? Who cares about Trolls? Kung Fu Panda, at least in the Universal California version, in California's version, there literally is a Kung Fu Panda ride where you get to see Poe, Shifu interacting with Shrek, Donkey, Marty from Madagascar, and then you just go to the theater. I think in the California ride, they were originally going to switch it up to different DreamWorks franchises, but Kung Fu Panda's the main one, because, Kung Fu Panda's a very action-oriented franchise. I feel like they could have done, literally going to How to Train Your Dragon and Isle of Berg, I feel like they could have done something better with Kung Fu Panda by comparison, so that's my complaint. And as for the live show, I didn't see it, but back then, yeah, it was called Barney and Friends, but since Barney's not relevant anymore, that doesn't exist anymore. When I saw on YouTube, it's definitely aimed for the younger kids, as expected, where it's a retelling of the first Shrek movie, Poe from Kung Fu Panda, then you got Trolls. The only acknowledgement they use for Madagascar are only the character meet and greet. Sometimes you will see the penguins, you see King Julian. You rarely see Alex the Lion. You gotta, be lucky to get Alex the Lion, but it's usually either King Julian or the penguins when it comes to the Madagascar characters that you'll meet at the park. So I think it's fine for, a walkthrough visit, but like I said, it's more for the kids. The SpongeBob store, however, despite there's no Nickelodeon ride, but at least, you know, the Golden Goose of Nickelodeon's there. They played the iconic music tracks. One time, I saw Squidward one time, and I actually made myself by saying, oh, what's on the recipe, Squiddy? And at least the person inside Squidward was being so in character. But I find it funny that SpongeBob, Shrek, and E.T. are next door neighbors. But speaking of E.T., okay, clearly it's the oldest ride at Universal Studios Orlando, as expected. And yeah, I will admit, just like I complained about Jurassic Park, River Adventure, and the dinosaur ride at Animal Kingdom before it closed down, yeah, that ride needs an update. Don't take it down, because I've talked to a staff member by saying if they take down E.T., Steven Spielberg, the director of the movie, would say remove any property out of the parks. So that means if E.T.'s gone, Jurassic Park will be gone. Despite they had the Jaws ride. I'm like, what did they replace it with? Was it with... No. Jimmy Fallon replaced the Twisters ride. What replaced Jaws? Was it like the Fast and Furious ride? Which, boy, we gotta talk about that new Fast and Furious ride, which, big mistake that Universal has done. So, Universal's done some upgrades, but they definitely did some downgrades by saying, why would they remove this? Like, I feel like the biggest mistake they've done, aside from no Shrek 4D, no Jaws, is like, come on, bro. Who asked for more Minions or this boring Fast and Furious ride? Haven't been on it, but it definitely looks terrible. So it's a cool thing that Universal Studios Orlando is going to make a promising update where they're going to make a Fast and Furious themed roller coaster. And I'm like, you guys could have thought of that years ago instead of just making it like another boring, generic indoor type of ride that has no motion at all. I mean, sure, Fast and Furious is a billion-dollar franchise, but that's not how the way you should do it for the theme parks in general. So, yeah, I almost forgot to mention the Hollywood Rip Rocket ride, which me and Gabriel only went on once, and honestly, the last time, they didn't have that much music selection. I forgot what Gabriel put. I think he put like a My Chemical Romance song, but for me, I just put like that meme, a YouTube song, Sandstorm. I almost feel like we almost want to follow the scene that me and Gabriel recreated the Drake and Josh meme back in 2025, where we go, oh my gosh, and then literally just move on with the day. But despite that was like our first and last time going to that ride, it was worth it for the sake of it, even though that will be replaced by Fast and Furious. However, when it comes to other rides, technically I guess the only roller coaster that's not Rip Ride is Revenge of the Mummy, aka based on the Oscar-winning actor himself, Brendan Fraser. And I saw a recent interview where Brendan Fraser went back on that ride just recently, says he's coming back to the Mummy franchise, as you know. The GOAT's back. Oscar-winning actor, George of the Jungle's back to the Mummy franchise, so that's cool. But other than that, the ride is the queue is cool, like seeing the Mummy and seeing the National Treasure architectures, that's cool. But my least favorite thing of that ride is like, dude, I don't know what was the deal with the ride, but it hurt my back where I was like, oh, my back! And then just literally just hurting my chiropractor by saying, dude, the ride was cool, but chill on the back thing. This ain't no bad chiropractic massage, man. Like, take a chill pill. But I think it was quite funny at the end where Brandon Fraser's like, oh, I just want a coffee. And then he got a Mummy jump scare again. And then usual Brandon Fraser match where he starts screaming where he goes, ah! I mean, Brandon Fraser's a badass action hero, but he could be a very funny dude. Yeah, I liked him in George of the Jungle and Looney Tunes back in action. But other than that, as we move on to other parts of the land, Fast and Furious, once again, that ride did not need to exist. But another ride that, okay, technically it wasn't a ride back then, but they actually make an attraction based on Twisters. And it's not the new one, but the 1996 movie around that time. Dude, I mean, I've never been on it, but Gabriel told me that he has been to the live show where you get to see, like, a cow, you get to see the tornado take it down. It's like, whose idea was it to replace it with freaking Jimmy Fallon, bro? A talk show host? Are you kidding me, man? I think not too long ago, the real-life Jimmy Fallon went on. It's more like, look, I get it. NBC owns the rights to Fallon's talk show, but, like, whose ideas was this to, like, make a talk show host and get his own ride? I mean, it kind of reminds me of the Ellen DeGeneres ride, who's another talk show host, and then they make it better for Gardens. Like, nah, bro. If anything, I would just bring the Back to the Future ride back if they had to, man. But in my mind, by saying, why is this necessary, man? I think the only cool thing about the Jimmy Fallon ride is, like, the queue and the opening sign. Well, the ride, not worth visiting to go to. But when it comes to the rides that are worth visiting, Transformers, the Ride 3D, on the old Transformers Cold Blue. When me and Gabriel went on the first time, it took like 2 or 3 hours just to get in that line. But now, since the ride's been out for like over a decade, it's like, yeah, this ride's pretty cool. Okay, like, even though it's made by in the same style as the Spider-Man ride, like, here's the thing, like, same technology, same design, but it just lacks the charm. And the one thing is, my complaint about the Transformers ride, there's no music at all. Like, for Spider-Man, you get rock and roll music, but for Transformers, I'm like, look, I'm not saying you have to copy the exact same music genre for Spidey, but at least, like, I don't know, put the score from the Michael Bay movie, since that's what the ride is based on, the Michael Bay former films. But I think what's so funny is when Megatron was taken down Optimus Prime, and Gabriel finds this funny where Megatron's about to come to it, it's like, beg to mercy. Then Prime just goes, never. And then just smashes him right through. And then literally, they copy this part from the Spider-Man ride where we fall down, Megatron falls down, and then Bumblebee comes back with a license song going, I got you, man, and now. I knew that I wouldn't, man, and now. But I will say the practical effects between Megatron at the very end we got defeated, it's pretty nice. I mean, like I said before, I prefer the Spider-Man ride, but as a 3D ride, it's cool for what it is for Transformers. Since Universal Studios Orlando is mainly known for the technology rides, Sims. Clearly, it's not really a ride that will hold up now since it's not as intense as I remember it being it. But Krusty Clown is really cool for what it is inside. But I heard rumors that the Sims land area is going to be gone for Universal because obviously now Disney owns the rights to the Sims and they did not renew their contract for 2028. So that ride, or in this case the Simpsons theme land, will be around until like the Simpsons movie sequel comes out in 2027. And rumors speculating that maybe it could be a Pokemon park, it could be Legend of Zelda to add some Nintendo stuff in it. But I do think the theming is nice, but you know, the ride is not as cool as I remember it. But what is cool about Simpsons is at least they kept the DeLorean and the time traveling train from the Back to the Future trilogy. They even make fun of Doc Brown for replacing, because I remember I never went on it as a kid, but I remember it used to be a Back to the Future ride. And honestly, I wish they could have kept it, since, you know, Back to the Future is actually a Universal IP that's still beloved for over 40 years. But I understand why they want to get the Simpsons, because the first movie came out in 2007. Simpsons was still popular and peak around its time until, you know, not as much anymore. But hey, it's still around when the sequel comes out. As for the Men in Black ride, okay, Gabriel hasn't been on it for a while, but like, it is basically the Buzz Lightyear ride, but except you get to see Will Smith. And every time I get to see Will Smith in the ride, just think of, keep my wife's name out your effing mouth. Or that one time where Will Smith is beating the crap out of DJ Khaled, like, Booker Graspy, that's the name, Booker Graspy. So I would say the Men in Black ride, the aliens is cool, and definitely the technology is cool. I feel like that ride holds up a bit better than Buzz Lightyear ride, even though Buzz Lightyear definitely has a better theme. But as a ride, despite Men in Black is somewhat of a dead franchise, at least the queue from the movies are honestly like pretty cool, where you get to see Will Smith's character like literally at the end, and they mismatch a bit of Ghostbusters Back to the Future technology. And I feel like the last thing I will say about the park before I talk about the holiday aspects of studios is the E.T. Adventure Ride. Despite it doesn't hold up in terms of technology, but it is still the perfect ride to end off, because for me, I grew up watching the original E.T. E.T. was like the OG Lilo and Stitch, the OG How to Train Your Dragon before those movies existed, where when I was a kid, I'm like, I want to have a best friend like E.T., and I will be honest, that ending, man, I mean, I'm talking about the movie, so the ending will never fail to make me cry. It's like, from the power of Spielberg, the power of John Williams' score, and the bond between a freaking ugly but adorable alien and a young boy, bro, it just pulls the heartstrings every time. And I'm like, E.T.'s peak cinema. If you haven't watched, like I said, if you have never watched Jurassic Park and E.T., you have very bad taste in cinema, man. Go be more culture in your brain, man. But joking aside, the queue is great. My only complaint about the E.T. ride, aside from the animatronics, is back then when I was a kid, I was like, oh my gosh, E.T. said my name. Goodbye, Daniel, Gabriel, Kobe, Jack. But now it's just E.T. saying goodbye, friends. And I'm like, oh man, that kind of like loses the magic, but it is what it is. But the ride's kind of like a semi-sequel to E.T. Like, despite we never have a direct sequel except for one Christmas commercial with the same actor playing Elliot, where he becomes a grown adult and has kids of his own. But, you know, E.T. needs to go back home to his planet, says by director Steven Spielberg. And then literally, we had to go see E.T.'s Ugly Friends. The one that creeped me out is the doll one, and I'm like, oh, that creature is nightmareful. But luckily, like, all the baby E.T.s in the planet, I'm like, oh, this is cute. This is basically Muppet Babies, but also Grogu before Grogu was a thing in Star Wars. But even then, despite it's the oldest ride, still brings back nostalgic memories, literally for both the park, but also for the land itself. But as for the holidays, I feel like studios, I've credit Islands because of Grinchmas, but for studios, I mean, obviously, you know why it's popular, mainly because of Halloween Horror Nights, which obviously I'm not go because I'm a Christian. I don't support that satanic crap. But for the Christmas stuff, I will say this. I definitely prefer Grinchmas over studios because for what they do in studios, they do like a Christmas parade, and I feel like that's the benefit for studios. Like, that's the only Universal park that does parades, which is why they have big streets like NY so they can do parades. Like they do movie ones, they do one based with Jurassic Park, Jaws, and Ghostbusters at times, despite they never do Ghostbusters anymore. But as for the Christmas one, it's mainly Despicable Me, and they only choose like a few DreamWorks IPs, mainly Shrek and Madagascar, because, you know, Merry Madagascar, Shrek the Halls, and then you got Santa Claus. It's basically a low-budget version of the Thanksgiving parade, and you move on. Then outside of Christmas and Halloween, what's the big event studios? Mardi Gras! We got alligator parade floats, we got beads and New Orleans, and hey, don't stop the party! But yeah, like I said, I think studios, I will say this, Hollywood Studios for Disney is the more Disney-ified version, but Universal Studios Orlando, Florida, feels more like a love letter to Hollywood cinema, where literally when you go to the studio lots, it feels like you are going to a Hollywood studio lot film in Florida. Heck, when we went to see The Grinch, areas are definitely more made for the kids. I'm still disappointed that they removed some of the rides like Shrek 4D and Jaws. I'm like, yeah, that was a big mistake that they done for stupid generic rides like Jimmy Fallon and literally, what was it? Fast and Furious? Yeah, it was Fast and Furious. That was another one that I did not like at all. But other than that, E.T. still holds up. And the SpongeBob store is still like worth visiting. But definitely Universal Studios, like as a theme park, despite it's the oldest, it's definitely like the weakest part of the bunch. So I don't know where to rank it, Gabriel. Maybe you help me out on this. Maybe A tier, B tier. I feel like it's in the same level as Epcot in my opinion. But I can't say it's better than Animal Kingdom by comparison. I think B tier. I think better safe than sorry. I think B tier fits appropriate for studios in particular, in my opinion. So yeah, B tier for Universal Studios Orlando.
I would probably agree.
B tier for studios.
At like Universal today, like there are a few good things to enjoy, but overall, got rid of a lot of the best stuff. But yeah, Universal Studios. Probably the one we go to the least days.
Obviously.
And it used to be the most popular one. But yeah. The Minion stuff. I really miss the Nickelodeon era.
Why?
That attraction. Love that Nickelodeon version. That ride. Still wish it was here, but I also... It would have been outdated. Because Nickelodeon today is obviously from that era.
Yeah, the best era is gone.
Of that time, like the 2000s and stuff. But I definitely did. It was a lot of fun. Because they had like parades at... Like the decorations on the building were Nickelodeon characters.
Yep, that too.
Then obviously the ride itself. The design of the ride was still like the Minions ride, but it was Nickelodeon. Remember going through the different lands of like these Nickelodeon shows and characters. It was just so much fun, man. That was the peak of that ride. But now that it turned to Minions, at first, yeah, it was. I mean, it was sad that it had to be, like, it had to replace Nickelodeon. It was still pretty good when it first dropped, because, like, it was fresh, more modern, well designed. Like the last part where you go to like the dance party area after the ride. It's a pretty nice touch. Excuse me. And the queue where you have to like you go inside the like lab looking place and Rue and the other characters and Grandpa, I forget his name.
Dr. Lefario?
And they do like the fart gun. They do the fart gun thing and yeah, like I don't know, that part was interactive. It was cool. Ride itself is okay. It's just alright. It's kind of just Minions. It's about. but it definitely doesn't beat the Nickelodeon.
Mm-mm.
Way better. You have Shrek 4D used to be there, right next to the Minions ride, and it's kind of sad how, like, before it got shut down, not a lot of people got on anymore. Everyone would rather went on Minions more than Shrek.
Or freaking Harry Potter again.
Yeah. Which I haven't been on that. But Shrek 4D was great, man. Love you, where you see like you hear the voices of Pinocchio and other characters.
The pigs.
Yeah, the pigs.
Tea's ready.
The tea's ready. But yeah, the queue was good. And the actual attraction. It's like a movie theater, but also kind of like the Bugs Life thing, where like in certain scenes, like people go with the spider part, because then you could like on the chair you would like feel crawling in your back.
You're like, oh no, they're crawling in our ankles.
And then the funny part where Fiona, who kicked the one guy in the...
Oh yeah, Thelonious. Ooh!
Yeah.
And then he's drowning in the water.
You could like feel it on the chair.
I forgot about that part.
But it was fun, man. Like, that attraction was so fun, so interactive. 40. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about it. It's just fun. Miss it. I love the gift drop.
Yeah, with all the
dude,
Shrek
that's the
merch.
same plush we... Woody Neffy Duck.
Literally the same one.
But yeah, I miss it. I want it. But yeah, then you got you have Revenge of the Mummy, which is really good. I like the queue. Like I said, it feels like you're actually going through a temple and stuff. And when I was a kid, I was about to get on it, but then I scared and I started crying and then left. But then as I got older, I got to get on. Fun.
It's not that bad.
Brendan Fraser,
George.
Like, I don't know, it was well designed. Felt like you were actually in a temple. Like you were in that world, kind of. I don't know. It was fun.
Yeah. I haven't seen the movies in a long time, but it's still cool.
Kind of like. Kind of like was see the pipe part. I don't know. Pretty cool. I think it's all right. It's an all right.
I mean, it's all right.
It's all right. It's not there anymore, but Rip Ride Rocket, really fun ride.
We were lucky.
I can't believe I didn't know this at the time, but there's Wade song.
Was it?
I think it was Master of Puppets.
I think it was. Yeah, probably.
There was a secret way to like access that song, but I didn't know at that time, so I had to pick Black Parade
by My Chemical Romance.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I choose
that ride was a lot of fun. I wish they added more songs.
They should have.
It was cool, really cool ride.
But now it's getting replaced by Fast and Furious roller coaster, which hopefully an improvement over the one that they got now.
Yeah. Fast and Furious never got on it, and don't want to. I think it's the one that replaced Jaws. That makes it even worse.
Yeah, I hated that so much, man.
I loved Jaws. I love the movie, but I love the ride. kid.
It's a much better version of Jungle Cruise.
It just felt like you were there. Actually there. Looking for the shark and then the animatronic.
And
Seeing
then
like the set designs. Like when we were on the ride and shack, I guess. And it was dark and then you see the shark come out. Like that part was cool. The part with the fire. And then the ending where the guy shoots the shark and then you see the shark all electrified and messed up and dead.
I remember.
And it's cool that the driver is like interactive with the people on the boat. I don't know, it just feels like you're there, man. I love that ride.
Like I said,
I don't get why they got
a much better version of Jungle Cruise, in my opinion.
Yep. Oh, and the shark statue. Even though it's still there, but though. Oh, and now they have some of the characters from the movie you can interact. Sometimes. But it's cool. At least the statue is still there.
Yeah.
It was just better when it was in front of it.
When the ride was actually there.
And the music too, man. The music that it would play from the movie. Man, it was great. But anyway, Springfield. That's one of the best parts of Universal because not only the ride, but there's like restaurant stuff. You can get the donut.
Yeah, the donut. I forgot about the donut.
Burger. I've actually never had the donut.
Well, it's gonna be there until 2028.
Never had the food there in general. I think right by it they have like a DeLorean prop close by the Simpsons area.
Say that again.
They have the DeLorean close,
yeah,
like a prop.
Yeah, both the DeLorean,
close to the Simpsons
the DeLorean area. And the time traveling train from. Well, yeah, the DeLorean's in all three movies, but the time traveling train's from the end of Back to the Future 3.
Yeah, but the Simpsons place is really cool. There's like arcade thingy, the food, and then the ride itself. I think the ride itself is still pretty, like the queue. Old, like you can tell it's old, but it's still enjoyable. It's nostalgic. Wait in line, you see like the stuff on TV on the screen.
All the characters leading up to the plot of the ride.
Yeah, and on the not elevator, like the little room telling you about the rules and all.
With Itchy and Scratchy.
But the ride itself, pretty fun. It's like kind of watching like a 3D version of Simpsons episode or a plot straight out of a Simpsons movie.
Yeah.
Where
but now we're at a theme park.
You know, I remember as a kid the part with the panda. Like that panda used to creep me out a little bit when I was a kid, but I don't know. It's a fun ride. I still think it's worth getting on today.
Yeah, until 2028.
Then, well, this is a new edition, but DreamWorks Land. It's mostly a kid's place. I'd say it's only worth going, well, if you have kids. And if you want to buy some snacks, like the Shrek snacks that we got, were pretty good. Also, if you want to meet Shrek or Fiona or Donkey, yeah, that's worth it. Or Puss and
Puss and Kitty.
Kitty Softpaws, is she there too?
Yeah, Gabriel, when we were literally at the Universal Park, Puss and Kitty were standing next to each other, and I wanted you to say, "Put up your ducks."
Yeah.
They were both there. Because it was literally next to... Okay, it's not really like a ride, but it's like a game that's based on that house.
Yeah, it's like a little game.
It's based on
Puss in Boots. A bunch of cats.
From Puss in Boots: The Last Wish with that old lady.
Oh, and they had... I like the decoration. Because they had like statues of the frogs.
Yeah.
The frogs that were...
I'm dying.
For the funeral.
Yeah, for Shrek the Third. Live and let die. It was from that scene.
Yeah, those frogs were there. Pretty detail. Yeah. in the Kung Fu Panda area, you get to talk to kind of like talk to
Talking with Crush.
Crush the turtle at Disney, but it's Poe now, which is pretty cool.
Jack Black,
And it's like a little kiddie area where there's a playground. See like the baby, they drop the water bucket. And, I don't know. It's a nice little. It's like for the kids, it's not bad.
It should have been a ride,
but back when I was a kid, it was Barney, it was Curious George, Woody Woodpecker, all those guys. I did meet
George and the
Yellow
man with the hat.
That was pretty nice. I did meet Barney.
So did I too.
The show. But at that time, I enjoyed. So it's probably the same day. I know kids are now probably more familiar with like maybe Puss in Boots, Trolls.
Pretty much.
But Kung Fu Panda and Shrek are more like, I don't know, what people our age.
Yeah, our generation, because we grew up with that.
But still, it's not bad. Also, they have the SpongeBob store, which is still pretty like that.
The only Nickelodeon
Either
stuff
Squidward or Patrick.
or SpongeBob.
Yeah. But it's a nice little store. So you'd like pineapple. Or well, inside there's a pineapple. What else? E.T. Goated ride. I know it's outdated. I know it's old.
The most oldest ride at
so
Universal.
Nostalgic. I remember a long time ago, like we would have to wait in line longer,
To ride.
but I didn't mind it because it's so nice. Like they're in the forest park, and then you hear the music, and the atmosphere feels like you're in the world of that movie. And also, I mean, I don't think they do it anymore. Wrong. Last time. Tag thing. But when I was a kid, they did do that, and said the end of the, or ET, the end of the best parts of the.
I missed that.
But yeah, it was such a cool ride. Like different. Some of them looked. As a kid, I was like, that's weird. Stay away from me.
Yeah.
But now it's like, I don't know, like kind of cool.
It is.
Seeing like the baby playing.
The original Grogu's.
And at the time, I was like, holy crap, dude! This is the sequel.
It kind of was in a way.
I don't know. The E.T. ride is super nostalgic. I love. That's like probably my favorite ride there right now. Just for nostalgia's sake. What else? Oh yeah, they do like parades. They have Jurassic Park.
Yeah,
Jaws.
the Mega Movie Parade. That's the name. Mega Movie Parade.
Yeah. And you can still meet. But I remember at a parade, like, they had Mystery Machine.
Yeah. It's so hard to find them because they're just so rare to pop up. It's like, yeah, the only Warner Brothers characters that you can meet in the parks.
Yeah. They're still there sometimes. You can meet them. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I think park is still okay. Definitely not as fun as it used to be, but not bad. I think here is pretty valid.
So B tier?
Yeah.
Do you prefer it over Epcot, or you think Epcot's better?
Gosh, I have hiccups. Oh man.
I think as a land, I prefer Studios, to me at least, like as a land
I
park.
would probably say Studios.
Yeah, because at least there's so much noticeable things to know rather than just Epcot's like, wait, I can't find that. But yeah, as we're about to wrap up the Universal segment, then after Universal, we got like how many parks left that's not the mainstream franchises? We got SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, LegoLand, and Fun Spa. I feel like for the last 3 parks, me and Gabriel will go really short on those because we have not been to Busch Gardens, LegoLand, and Fun Spa like in a decade. But for both Epic Universe,
Daniel?
yeah, Gabriel, you good? Gabriel?
Oh, you're cutting out.
Yeah, you just cut off as well. But what were you trying to say?
No, I was just saying that I put it at B tier.
Okay, B tier, that's nice because right now we have one more Universal Park left to finish, and then after Universal, I will say this, we have one more Universal Park, and then SeaWorld, and I feel like for Busch Gardens, LegoLand, and Fun Spot, we'll keep the last 3 very short since we have not been to those parks for like a decade. But either way, I'm just going to conclude the final Universal Park that we've actually been very recently. It's none other than Universal's Epic Universe. Okay, this park was a surprise in the best way. I mean, the title speaks for itself. It's literally called Epic Universe, where, dare I say, me and Gabriel had an epic day. I mean, clearly it's the new latest park at Universal. There's only like, what, 4 or 5 lands? I would arguably say it's only 4 portals because it's only Nintendo, aka Mario, Dragons, Dark Universe, and Harry Potter. And look, I've already said this before in As an Adventure, me and Gabriel could care less about Harry Potter, so it's more like, yeah, Universal, I love you, but stop milking the crap out of Minions and Harry Potter, man. It's like, that's, okay, if I had to give out one negative criticism on the Epic Universe, like, I feel like they could have added, like, maybe 1 or 2 more IPs. Maybe they could add something Nintendo-related, like Legend of Zelda or Pokemon. For Universal, I don't know, maybe, trying to think, maybe make a Madagascar theme area, or, Back to the Future, Ghostbusters, and I guess just to crowd please the Wicked fans. Sure, add something. But I feel like Epic Universe could have at least, maybe like, at least 1 or 2 more IPs, because usually the most interesting IPs, to me at least, is Mario and Dragons. But without surprise, I mean, I just made a vlog about it not too long ago. Super Nintendo World is easily the best park of the land. It makes you feel like you are literally in the video games. And when I was over there, I was like, holy crap, it's like the first Mario movie where I'm like, what is this place? Like, with all the music, the Peach's Castle, Bowser's Castle, and then you go to the Donkey Kong Country. I mean, it's super hot as hell once when you go over there, but the area is like so great to see. Like, it's easily the best land to explore both day and night, Even going inside the Warp Pipe is so cool. Going inside Peach's Castle like it's straight out of Super Mario 64, that was awesome. So even though Gabriel has not been to the Donkey Kong ride, I've only been to only 2 of the rides on my first visit and my recent visit. I feel like the best ride at Nintendo World is the Donkey Kong Minecart roller coaster because, like the Donkey Kong Country games, it just goes whoop, 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 and then you hear the iconic Donkey Kong Country theme. Then you see some hee-hee-ha funny bananas. You see Cranky Kong animatronic, and you see Donkey Kong and, excuse my French, Diddy getting out of the park. But I'll never forget the first time I went in that ride. I literally shout out, Diddy, no! Where he's literally just trying to grab the banana. But for the Mario Kart ride, that's the one that me and Gabriel recently went to, and both me and him, we have never been in that ride before until like very recently. Like, as the time we're doing the stream, it's literally been a week since we went to Mario Kart, and the inside of it was really awesome. Where if you want to take a break from the hot AC, the Mario Kart ride is easily the best spot to like get a break from the sun and go inside the AC, where it's literally out of the Bowser Castle. You get to see Bowser statue, you get to see some power-ups from the Mario games, you see the Universal logo having a trophy of its own, and then some more Easter eggs throughout the land. And then once we get our Mario goggles, it surprisingly wasn't as hard to put the goggles on and the hat on, and I think that honestly would make the experience better. Like, despite it's a Mario Kart ride, it's not really like, the way I would describe it, it's not really like a race. It's definitely more like It's kind of like that Mickey Mouse Runaway Railroad ride at Disney Hollywood Studios. It's like that chilling but fun and entertaining ride. So, from my perspective, it's chilling but entertaining because thanks to the Mario Kart and just like the Toy Story Mania rides and the Buzz Lightyear ride, you get to shoot, you get to do a couple of scores, you can take down squashing Koopas, literally squashing Koopas and Goombas, taking down Bowser in his trips, and then you get all the racetracks off in the games, including some elements from Mario Kart 7 where they got the gliders. My favorite moment in the Mario Kart ride is easily the Rainbow Road. It's the most colorful, it's the most faithful. I'm like, holy crap, just like the games, and just like the one Rainbow Road scene in the first Illumination Mario movie. And then at the end, you got the Mario characters all clapping, congratulating. And I think the best part, once we leave the ride, they play like one iconic music track from Mario Kart Double Dash. Was like, that game was literally the first Mario Kart game I played in GameCube where it goes, and then literally went to the gift shop. The gift shop was also pretty nice. And despite Donkey Kong was not working for Gabriel at the time, it was fun to explore. But the worst part of going to Nintendo World in the daylight is the lack of shade. If you're not in the gift shops, if you're not in the Mario Kart ride, and even though we've never been on it, but I guess the Yoshi ride you want to consider, bro, even though it was fun to see Mario and Luigi, but man, the sun was so hot, so we're like, need shade, I need hair, I need some aqua. Bro, I just couldn't handle the heat around that time, so we're like the sweat was like having a waterfall on my back when we were just me, Mario and Luigi, despite it's only just like a 20-minute line. But luckily, when we were done with Mario and Luigi, we went to the restaurant, and yeah, it was well-deserved to go to the restaurant, because I will say this, despite having tasted everything at Epic Universe, I didn't taste the Dragon's food yet, but I feel like if I go again next time, I'll like to taste the Dragon food. But by far, in my personal opinion, Epic Universe has the best food at all the Universal parks, probably ever for a theme park. Epic Universe has the best food and the best drinks, especially the drinks in particular. And this is going to be a hot take. I say the Mario drinks, both of the ones I drink at the park, I think they both dethrone the butterbeer at Harry Potter, which, don't get me wrong, butterbeer is nice and cream, but the lemonade, like the lemon boba drink, refreshing at its finest. From the boba, like I will admit, I almost choke on the boba at times, but it was lemony, fruity, cold, the best way I would love to taste it for Super Nintendo World. And then for the food, I got myself a chicken, like a Luigi chicken sandwich with some pesto dressing because, you know, Italiano. And then Gabriel, he just got himself the Mario Bacon Burger. I mean, I've never tasted the bacon burger, but I definitely bet the Mario Bacon Burger was cool. But the coolest thing about Toast 2 Cafe is, first of all, the staff members were pretty nice, and then the windows where you get to see the Toads. I think you see Luigi in one spot where you get to see Bowser's Battleship from the Mario Galaxy games, and it plays the airship theme. Bum, 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 bum. But yeah, despite Super Nintendo World has like the great merchandise, I mean, heck, I even bought myself an $100 Luigi hoodie. That was also pretty nice because I need it for my Mario hoodie. But I will say this, the wristbands, I would say the wristbands are only worth it if you're going to spend the majority of your day like at Nintendo World, not just going on the rides, but playing the mini games with those wristbands to keep up with the points. So, you know, that's what I would do if I would like ever go to Nintendo World again to buy those super expensive Mario wristbands. But other than that, I mean, both daytime, and I will talk about nighttime. When I went back in Nintendo World at nighttime, man, the war pipes and the lighting look so good. And I had to rush myself to get the Yoshi Mango smoothie at the very last minute. I'm like, wow, this smoothie is like a combination of chocolate smoothie cafe drink, but a walnut smoothie roll into one. And I needed that drink by the end of the day by saying, you know what, I'm tired, I'm vocally exhausted, I don't want food, I just want a drink. And then literally after that, drank the Yoshi smoothie, and that was the best way to end off my night. But outside Nintendo World, my second favorite land is the How to Train Your Dragon area. Sure, it may not be as fun or as exciting as more Nintendo World, but you know what? Since Dragons was not mentioned in studios, it makes sense to like make its own land in Epic Universe. And I feel like, yeah, as a franchise and as its World of Berk, Island of Berk, whatever you want to call it, it makes the most sense to make it as a land. Like, the music score is so iconic. Like, you get to hear the da-da-da-da-da many a times. You get to hear tracks from the first movie. You get to hear the Forbidden Friendship theme when Hiccup and Toothless make their bond, and other music tracks throughout the iconic trilogy. But the best, I feel like the highlights of the Dragon Live show, aside from the land theme, it's easily the live show. The Untrainable Dragon, despite it's shorter than the Grinch show, man, the technology, very Walking with Dinosaurs technology, but seeing Toothless and Hiccup flying off when the Vikings were singing that one iconic song for How to Train Your Dragon 2, where no one goes, get out of our way. When Toothless and Hiccup were flying away, I'm like, I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry over a freaking robot live show to people for fans. It's more like, Daniel, calm down. I know it's just nostalgia, but it's like, get back into it, too. Get back there. It's like, every time they play that theme song and seeing Hiccups and Toothless, I'll be saying, my heart, my childhood, my relationship with my dog, like, this is like hitting the feels. But the technology, the music, even the actors who played Hiccup and Astrid, very spot on with the characters. And as for the meet and greet with Toothless, like I said, not as fun or as energetic as the Mario and Luigi one, because that was more optimistic, but meeting Toothless was quite cute. I definitely say it was a smart choice, like, do a meet and greet literally in the land. I was hoping to, like, meet Hiccup, but I was totally cool with meeting the Viking. But as for everything else in the land, I feel like, I hate to say this, because I went to all 3 rides. I went to the Hiccup roller coaster, the Dragons, glider thingy, and the boat ride. The only good ride in Burke is the Hiccup swing gliders. I mean, despite there was a delay, but even though the live show and the meet and greet was like the experience of like seeing and witnessing a dragon, but the Hiccups roller coaster is like the perfect ride where you feel like you're riding on a dragon. It's cool that you get to hear the original voice of Hiccup, aka Jar Broach, by saying, "Alright, Toothless, take it easy, bud." And then literally, kind of like Expedition Everest, you go back and forth, and then you see these baby dragons hatching. But man, when it went faster, like literally, I just flapped my wings out like a dragon, like reliving my childhood of da 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 da. And then for me, I was just quoting lines of what Hiccup sang in the movies. "Oh, Toothless, what are you doing? We need her to like us. Thank you for nothing, you useless reptile." Bro, I got the experience feel. So like I said, sadly, it's the only good ride in the Isle of Berg. The other 2 rides are just, I hate to say it, but the other 2 rides are so mid. I mean, the one Dragon ones, it's alright, but you have to put effort to move it in, but it's not really worth the long wait. As for the boat ride, okay, what sucks about the boat ride when me and Gabriel went on it, it did not feel like 25 minutes. Secondly, I don't think what's the point of like doing the targets. Like, I know the ride is based on the twins. I think their names are Tough Nut and Rough Nut. Cool, you made a ride based on the twin characters, but I think what sucks about this lackluster wet ride is, number one, you don't really get wet that much. I mean, you will get sprayed on, but you're not going to get soaked like the Popeye ride. Like, Islands of Adventure has the better wet rides by comparison, which is why I would slightly prefer Islands over Epic, because, come on, why would you have only one wet ride when your entire park is literally nothing but sun, 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 and the only indoor spots are Mario Kart, the Dragons Live Show, gift shops, Frankenstein, and I guess the Harry Potter ride for those that waste 3 hours in line for that. If I heard that line's 3 hours long, I'm like, well, I'm not really a big fan of Harry Potter. The queue looks cool, but I'm not interested again on it. But either way, the boat ride, I mean, Gabriel even mentions it that he even forget about, but easily the boat ride is easily the weakest ride in Dragons, and probably the weakest ride at Epic Universe, honestly. Like, I honestly would rather take the carousel ride over the boat ride if I had to choose. It's not really, like, worth the long wait. But if I ever come back to Dragons, I want to, like, at least try the food, because the food from the salmon, the mac and cheese cones, they'll look good. But for me, I was too focused on Mario, Nintendo stuff. But outside of Dragons, Dark Universe, not my favorite land. I will say this, my ranking of the portals, Mario, Dragons, and Dark Universe, and if I ever go to Harry Potter, it will easily be my least favorite. I do think the aesthetic is nice. It's very, Haunted Mansion, Scooby-Doo type of Halloween stuff. I would say the only good ride, there's only 2 rides, the Werewolf roller coaster and the Frankenstein ride. The Werewolf roller coaster is not really, like, worth your time standing 65 minutes, because you do spin around, but it's such a very short ride, man. But when it comes to the Frankenstein ride, bro, the technology, the queue, the Frankenstein friend, and then that one scientist that people on social media cannot stop simping and thirsting for, the one that goes, "The doctor will see you now." The coolest thing about that ride, it is a much better version than Hogwarts. It has a plot of its own, the animatronics of Dracula, Frankenstein, Igor, the Missing Link, and some other surprises either way. The funniest thing is, despite it's not a Marvel ride, but every time me and Gabriel goes to, like, the monsters, it just gives you the vibes of Marvel Rivals. Like, when Dracula is, like, trying to escape, I just think of Doctor Strange by the Eye of Agamotto. And then when he's doing, like, another, I just think of Fear Magneto. And then when Frankenstein's, like, beating the crap out of Werewolf or trying to take down Drac, I'm hulking out. And then literally just got that. I would say it's easily the best ride at Dark Universe, but I would say it's the only good ride in that area. But I know people mainly go there for the dark aesthetics, the character meet and greets of Igor, the Invisible Man, and Frankenstein, his bride, and that's about it. But other than that, there isn't really, for me, too much to say about Dark Universe, but it's not really like a land I would revisit most of the times. But as for the final ride, Gabriel did not win on it, but the Stardust ride, that roller coaster, it's easily the thrillest ride, the fastest ride, and the best ride at Epic Universe next to Hiccup's Wing Gliders, Mario Kart, DK, and Frankenstein. But Stardust Racers, I feel like that ride is so much better to go on at night, and it's a good thing that the lines were very short when I went on it. And the worst thing about it is, on the first time, it hurt my knees by saying, "Oh, my kneecaps, it hurts so bad." But the second time, it kind of hurt my pelvis when we're just racing. And then I make a joke from Sonic 3 where Jim Carrey's like, "Oh, wouldn't it be nice if we were older?" But I definitely say the Stardust Racer ride is much better to ride at night. And the best thing about it is there's a Back to the Future Easter egg where you see the flux capacitor in the back saying, "Hey, Back to the Future reference." But easily it's like the funnest ride to go to. And if Epic Universe was like open to like maybe 10 o'clock, I feel like going to all the parks would be so good to go at night, honestly. Personally, I think Epic Universe, in my opinion, shines the best when it's at night, especially at Super Nintendo World. It was really good. And even though Epic Universe doesn't have like a fireworks show, but the best thing about Epic Universe is there's like this light up show. They play all the theme songs. They play the Mario theme, the Dragons theme, and I guess the themes for the other lands. But I feel like my complaints for Epic Universe is it has the best dining, it has the best technology, and probably best character meet and greets aside from Grinch. But in my mind, it's like I feel like one more land IP, I feel like an additional IP could have like benefit the park a lot more than just Mario and Dragons and these other two ones that are not really that massive or big. And I feel like they could have had like more shades, especially for Nintendo World. They definitely need more shading in the outdoor area. But other than that, I would say as a theme park, as of right now, Epic Universe is easily a much better, like it's better than Studios as a park, but I feel like it doesn't have the amount of range, variety in terms of like, because it's kind of surprising that Islands of Adventure and Studios has much more rides than Epic, while Epic only has like 11 rides. So I feel like Epic could have had like maybe at least one or a bit more rides, a bit more theme park landings. But for what me and Gabriel got, we were satisfied for the trip. So if I had to give a ranking, I don't know about this one. I'm like, I want to put in an S tier mainly for Mario and Dragons, but as for the rest of the land, that kind of goes back to an A tier. I don't know. That's just my ranking. I feel like, okay, I'll say this. Epic Universe is better than Magic Kingdom and Hollywood Studios as a park, but yeah. You know what, screw it. I think because of recent bias reasons, I probably might go on S tier. What do you think, Gabriel? S or A for Epic?
Thing is, it's smaller than other parks. The other parks have more, mostly like Islands, the Kingdom, Hollywood.
Yeah, because they don't have too much.
I was almost gonna put it at like 8. Because I still like Island more. Magic Kingdom's debatable.
Yeah.
I guess I would probably, as of today, like it more than Magic.
So you would put it on S tier?
I guess you could put it S, because, well, I think it has the best food in.
Yeah, in a theme park.
It also has the best character interactions.
For sure, since we were a part of it.
S tier. Daniel. Alright, anyway, I guess I'll explain my thing, yeah. Didn't get on Stardust Race. Mario Kart, really fun ride. Probably my favorite one. Very interactive. The queue was amazing. Hate the amount of stairs there are though at Mario. But the Mario Land is really cool. It's kind of small,
Wait,
but it's
Explain your Tango.
it's
Sorry,
got
I just.
enough.
Sorry,
It's
I.
still pretty
Sorry,
built
that,
pretty well.
sorry that I left. I just
Uh,
had to take a quick pee break and then I had to rush back in.
The restaurant was good.